It's not my fault. It's not my fault.
Oh, my microphone is working. Okay, there it is. I got it. Microphone is working. Hello, everyone. Good evening. This is live stream number 75. In for a treat tonight. In the house is my bass player, my bro from another Mo, Eric. Hey, Eric, say hello.
Ooh.
All right, now in this tune, Zombified. Do you remember when we recorded this in the basement? We were just rocking.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
that was just we were just jamming, you know. And we ended up putting some words to it and stuff, and it was so cool. I wish we could have recorded it at the studio, you know, but we never did. But I'm gonna,
Well, there's a bunch.
yeah, I know.
There's a bunch that
Tell me about
we
it.
played them live.
Yep.
We did some. They came out good, but we never got a chance to record all the rest of the stuff.
What I like the most about it is in the very beginning, right? Oh, about I don't know, maybe 20 seconds, 30 seconds into the song, you do this like triplet thing. You go do 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 do. I'm wondering how the hell do you do that, man? When you're doing those bass runs, do you think or are you just doing?
Um, after decades and having these like military band leaders, beating the tar out of you, it's like that Twisted Sister thing. You're worthless and weak,
Yeah.
and and they just get you in there and just grind you up. I had he was like this World War II military band leader.
Oh, is that
You
right?
know,
Is that what you were?
that's where I started with one of them characters.
Oh, you know, I just started by just jamming and learning by ear. You know, I never took a lesson in my life. I think I did take a lesson once, and the guy wanted me to learn this thing called a paradiddle. I'm like, paradiddle? I'm
Oh,
like,
on the drums, yeah.
yeah,
Paradiddle, flamadiddle, that
yeah,
was for the drummers.
yeah. I wanted to play Wipeout. I didn't care about paradiddles.
Yeah, wanadutta, anadutta,
Yeah, yeah,
I remember what they was sitting there, drilling into the drummers,
yeah.
you know.
I learned by the seat of my pants by listening basically honky tonk women. That was the first tune I learned on the drums, and that it just took off from there.
Well, I didn't learn music from the honky tonk woman.
Hmm.
Um,
You
but
were doing it with like in band, right? School band.
well, yeah, for years.
Okay.
But the transition came from reading, playing saxophone,
Right.
and then when I started playing the bass guitar, uh, at that time there was no internet
Right. Right.
and YouTube where somebody could show you all the bass licks to whatever tune you wanted to play.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to transition to play by ear.
Right. Right. Yep.
But that was self-taught, and I
Mm-hmm.
tried to get people to okay, you know, teachers. I'd go to like music stores or whatever. Hey, can you teach me how to play by ear? And there's nobody to teach you that.
Right.
So I just had that part was self-taught, and then when I wanted to write down stuff um, in bass clef, then I had to teach that to myself. So yeah,
Shockwave said you
if you
feeling
want to
better?
get there,
Yes, Shockwave.
even if you don't have teachers, you'll find the way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, uh, so part of it was, yeah, here it is, people teaching you in schools when they had music at that time.
Mm-hmm.
Now they don't have it like they used to.
Right.
One way or another, if you want to get there, you're gonna get there.
Right.
With anything you want to do in life.
Yes, that's right. I remember when.
Morgan Freeman, he said, just pick what you want to do and go with it.
And yeah,
You know.
you can't put it down. That was how it was for me when I first learned how to play guitar, because I wanted to transition to a songwriter. I didn't, you can't write songs behind the drums. It's hard. I want you to do this, da 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 da, But once my brother taught me about the first like 5-6 chords, I just kept playing and playing and until I could transition from chord to chord without pausing. And then you got it beat.
Yeah. I still can't figure out how you do it because you play left-handed and upside down.
I know. I love it. Well,
Yeah, you get stuff nobody else does.
Yeah. It's funny because when right-handed guitar players look at me, they kind of like they can't figure it out. Something's wrong. I just don't know what it is.
Yeah, I can.
I'm playing upside down. Left-handers have
Upside
to
down
improvise. Yeah. Well, we're going to play a song called Zombified, and I love that triplet you do. And when you take off at the end, I messed up. I got caught listening to you. I always loved playing with you, Eric. It's been awesome. It's been a blast. Let's hear Zombified. Thanks, folks.
Shut up.
This is live stream 75. Here comes that triplet. Right here. That was done with our brothers, my nephew Dave, Chainsaw Dave on the Warlock, and our brother Duane, who's no longer with us. That was it was a tough loss there. Duane was awesome on the drum. Just a natural. All right, now I'm going to play another one for you that we did with the guy who replaced him, and that was when we first got Matt. Remember? Anyways, this tune is called Smitten. Another one that we just made up jamming. It's too bad we couldn't get LearnShare to come up here and play lead for us. I got one of my buddies on here is a very good guitar player. Let's listen to Smitten. That was beautiful, Eric. Just beautiful. Just.
Johnny was a schoolboy.
Shockwave, jump in the hall. We're going to chat in a bit.
I just can't get through your spell. I try to pass my time in hell. Does it make you happy, baby? Knowing the one you love
this song wouldn't be anything without his bass. Lost Again. My favorite song. Heart is black. Here it comes. Get your face off. I got a picture that I found, Eric, of us playing at Chaps in 1995. Unbelievable. Here it is. That guy's me. What happened to that guy? Where did he go?
Ain't no sunshine when she's gone.
only darkness. I got one more for you after this, sir. Can you believe that's Stevie over there with the hat on? Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Only darkness every day. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. This house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Only darkness every day. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. This house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away. Wonder this time where she's gone. Wonder if she's gone to stay. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. This house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away. Ain't no sunshine, she's gone. This house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away. Anytime she goes away. Anytime she goes away. Ain't no sunshine, she's gone. House just ain't no whole time. She goes away. Get it down. No, no, ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Yeah. Anytime she goes away. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. This house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away. Anytime she goes away. Anytime she goes away. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Anytime she goes away. I don't know what made me say that last part. Me and my Smith & Wesson coming to see you. I just want someone that'll make me pork chops. I'm gonna play show a little bit of us playing a different song. The girl dancing here was my wife. Check Eric out on the bass. It's badass. I tried to make it match, but that song's Lapdog though. I remember playing that, but they recorded it with a little camera mic and it came out like terrible. Alright, we're gonna get to the videos in a second here.
I was a boy when I first knew you. I was hungry, knew what to do. Now, baby, I'm a man, and I understand. You had that pussy power, baby. Palm of your hand. I'm a great man, and I'm suspicious. I know you got your spirit, making your plans and your suspicions. I'm a man.
That there's 1991.
When I woke up this morning, putting my boots on, looking out through whiskey shot eyes with Cuervo cologne. Baby, I give you all my love, it just don't seem to be enough. Why don't you go back wherever it is she came from? I'm a blind man and I'm superstitious. I know you got your spirit.
Eric, what's sad about it when it's over?
I've been
One more
thinking
song.
and I've been drinking. I'm a man. pathologic intoxication. Don't come and maybe you keep them numb. See how far you can take them. I got new plans and superstition. I know you got yours to live. You got your yams and your implications.
All right, Eric, just one more, and then we're going to talk about those midnight sessions. There were three nights of freaking, like, being in heaven. This tune, Eric's got the bass. My friend Stevie Lane came in and played lead, and it was just beautiful. First try. Dave, he's on the acoustic.
That's her always song. She ain't never someone's lonely. Someone far gone. There were
You know, I apologize. There is one more. It was done in the basement, but it was a good one.
Hey.
When you did the bass to this, I was blown away. that was pretty. We did that in my bedroom studio. I'm going to turn you guys back on now. All right. Yeah. I'll wait till you're done. Whoop. Uh-oh. All right, stop this. Oh, that was pretty. We did that in my bedroom studio. I'm going to turn you guys back on now. All right. Yeah. You got to turn off your sound. Yeah. You guys got to turn off your sound and just have your sound on in your headphones. Because there's a lag. There's a 20 or 30 second lag between when it's done and yeah. So don't listen on the show. Listen in the headphones for the chat room, because then you'll be real time. Eric.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about those 3 nights? Remember when we went up to the disc and recorded those 5 songs?
That worked good.
Yeah, it did. I'd say we did so much.
You know, we went in after midnight
Mm-hmm.
on a Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everybody had to like go to work,
Mm-hmm.
but because we were like so like cheap
Poor.
or whatever.
Yeah, it still cost about $5,000 to make that 5-song
Did it?
CD. Yeah.
I was hoping I would have forgot that. Yeah, we even stole like background singers out of some other studio in another part of the building.
Yeah, but it didn't work out. Remember, we got that one guy, the black guy. He helped us, but for the most part, that's just all us. And the background vocals, except not for the last song. That was in my studio, but
Yeah. Now, don't forget how that came out.
Oh yeah, it was. Well, we did. Remember, we practiced for a long time at your house out there in 26 Mile, and in that cold ass storage. Remember when we were playing in this? We didn't have a place to play.
Well, we started in cold storage.
Yeah,
we started in cold storage and then thawed out.
There was one light socket hanging from the center, and we put one of those plug things you screw into a light socket, and then ran the whole band on one plug, and rocked out there for I don't know how, for months. It was cold. We had a heater on in the wintertime, I think. But you know what? It paid off, because when we got to the studio, I think all the songs were done in the first or second take.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but what I was getting at is that, you know, when we got it off of ADAT,
Yes.
and then like put it on the CD,
Right.
the CD was corrupted.
Yeah.
The guy, whether he knew it or not, there was a security code on the CD. There was 2 originals.
Oh, okay.
And they had security codes, and I couldn't copy them
I remember.
without there be. They would be like pretty close.
Yeah.
But when you copied them, there would be like these glitches, and I thought, what the hell's going on with this?
Yeah, you did fix that. Yeah, before I had it masked. I think I had 50 copies made once and sold about maybe 20 of them or something. But
right, but they were corrupted.
yeah,
So how I ended up getting that uncorrupted, so what we have today
mm-hmm.
is my brother-in-law is a software engineer, and he found the encryption
Mm-hmm.
and then made a copy without the encryption. So he was able to go in through the back door and copy the CD
Yeah.
without the security code.
Well, that was good. And then we did most.
Otherwise, that whole thing wait a minute. Otherwise, that whole thing would have been a wash. Every bit of that
Yeah. Well,
would have been a wash.
I'm fortunate to have your What is that? Your brother-in-law? They did that?
Yeah, my oldest sister's husband.
Ah, okay, okay.
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
he's real famous
you know
for
what?
this stuff.
What really flipped me out about you is I was chasing you around for a long time trying to get you to listen to my originals. And it's, come on, we need a bass player. And you're like, yeah, yeah, yeah. And you finally took it and you must have listened to it and heard something there. And you came up with this whole freaking bass lead scheme to the tunes. And when you first started rocking it, like you said, I worked on it a little bit. First time I heard Lost Again, I was just completely smashed. I was blown away. How did you do that? How did you put that together?
I had to study it.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Well, yeah, I
I
would
studied
say so.
it from. I had to study it from the perspective, uh,
John Paul Jones.
you know, besides Don Paul Jones,
Yeah.
you know, listening to all those guys,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
you know, I was
You
talking
can
to,
see the influence.
you know,
You can
about,
hear the influence.
yeah, jazz.
Geezer Butler, I can hear. I mean, yeah, you were into those kind of bass players.
Yeah, those were the real bass players.
Yeah.
Uh, those were the real bass players.
Yep. Yep. John Paul
Um,
Jones, Geezer Butler. You probably liked Mel Schaefer from Grand Funk. He was a funky bass player.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Something that isn't,
Like a lead bass
you know,
player.
one, you
Yeah.
know,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were never
I
just
can't handle.
right.
I can't handle the one note Joe stuff.
Yeah. No, that's
You know.
yeah.
And do you play with your fingers or are you pick bound?
He's a finger player.
Uh,
You do both, don't you?
most of the time, 3 fingers,
Yeah.
thumb, sometimes a pick and a couple of fingers, but most of the time fingers.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, if there's picking required, you know, if I'm like copying, playing Crazy Train or whatever the heck, a pick. Well, with Crazy Train, both fingers and pick. I hold, you know, a pick between my thumb and finger,
Thumb and
and
index, and your
and then
middle
I
and
use
ring finger to pick. Yes.
Learn,
Okay.
Learn
I'm
shares a
pretty
guitar
sure.
player, Eric. He's good too, man.
Oh yeah. And I love a true bass player that is not limited to either or.
Oh yeah.
And you answered my question without me even having to go any further. So good to meet you, brother.
Yeah, yeah. That's excellent, man. You should come
Yeah,
up here.
good to meet you.
We could rock. We need a lead player. Right now, we're trying to get back together. I want to rock tomorrow, actually, but we haven't played together since, I don't know, how long has it been, Eric? Probably about a decade.
I don't even know.
It's been a long time, man. Everything just fell apart when I got divorced, you know. And then Matt turned on us. I don't know what happened to him. He just got sour. And I never tried to figure it out. I just said adios, you know. It's too bad.
Matt worked together.
Yeah,
Me and Matt worked together.
I know
big
you did.
time.
You did. You worked in that Ellis Cooper tribute band.
I talked to him the other day.
Oh, you did? So you're still talking to Matt?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Oh yeah.
That's cool, because I thought I don't know, you left Matt or something.
I told him, you know, we were talking about doing some playing and recording again because we have all those that never, you know, them live and never recorded them.
Yeah. What did he say?
He seemed to be into it.
Oh, are you kidding? Oh, that would freaking be awesome.
He was thinking you guys had bad attitudes or something. I said, "Nah."
No, man, not at all. I was crushed, dude. I was heartbroken. You know, I went into a major depression. I lost everything. My house, my business, my band, my knee went south, my baseball, everything in the same year. Gone. All I had was my sorry feelings, you know. It took me almost 8 years to pull out of that. It was a serious nosedive. Because of it, you know, my teeth are in trouble.
Yeah, crash and burn, man.
Never stop taking care of your teeth, no matter how sad you are, because some things can't be put back, and that's one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you know, dude, it is what it is, man. I mean, I'm dealing with it now, and I'm taking care of myself again. I'm getting in shape. But I'm back to playing ball, and I'm having some ups and downs. It's not all an easy cakewalk, but that was a real tough time. And I don't know. I guess Matt thought that I should have just shrugged it off and kept rocking. And I guess he got mad at me, but you know, I figured in time he'd probably get over it. You know. That's good. I'm glad
He
you did
did.
that. Yeah, because he's a great drummer. I loved working with him, honestly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't believe some of the stuff we did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now,
Yeah. We, you know, I'm not even gonna talk about it. It was like totally cool.
Learn Share. How long? I just want to ask Learn Share something. How long have you been playing the guitar, and how did you start?
Well,
For Learn Share. Yeah. Not you, Eric. Learn Share. What's your first name, Learn Share? I'm sorry.
My name's Brian.
Brian.
And,
Okay, Brian. Brian.
Yeah.
Tell us
Yeah.
how you got started, because you're a really
Well,
good guitar
I
player.
knew from a young child, when I was 5 years old, I told my great grandpa that I wanted to play the guitar.
Is that the Apache?
Cherokee.
Cherokee, yes. Okay.
Close.
That's my grandpa
Cherokee.
too. Yeah. That's
And
awesome.
oh really? Yeah.
So
I
what did
think,
he do?
My
Hold on a minute.
oh,
Hold on a minute.
what took place that he made it a point to take me over to his stack of albums of Elvis Presley. He said
Oh yeah.
everyone called him the devil.
Mhm.
Everybody called him El Diablo, the devil.
Is that right?
And I'm like,
Wait a minute. On my Spanish side, my ancestors, Diablo. That's actually one of my ancestors' names.
oh, well, I have German
Okay.
heritage. Yeah, I'm quarter. My father's mother's maiden name is Faust, from Germany, straight from Germany as well. So I'm a mutt.
I just want to know what age you were when you started playing. 5?
When I got my hands on the guitar, I was about 18 years
Okay. 18.
old.
And did you take lessons ever, or just learn on your own? How did you end up?
You know, people say autodidactic or self-taught.
Mhm.
I don't claim self-taught because I learned from everything I've ever heard, all the greats,
Yeah.
and plus the new music that's constantly flowing through my head.
Yeah.
There's so many people said all the music's already been written before, and I'm like, I beg to differ.
Well, yeah.
And you know, case in point, I wrote a song called Prelude, where
Quaalude?
close. It's Prelude. You might feel like you took a Quaalude or something. When yeah. Hey, man.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I might call it that because I have, Comet 67P slowed down 10,000 times to get in our audible range, and that's
Yeah.
the limit with my guitar in that song.
What kind of guitar do you play? What's your favorite?
Ibanez.
Ibanez.
Ibanez Roadstar.
Yeah. What was the last band you were in? Is that the band you have recorded that I've played a few tunes of?
Not the last band. The last band is too heavy, I think, for...
Well, it was a heavy band. You were more like an Alice in Chains kind of thing.
Oh, yeah, that was another band.
Oh, okay.
That was the first band I was a part of.
Okay. That was a good.
That's when...
good stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, when listening back to it, it's like, I was like, holy crap. That actually
MCB
sounds
said,
pretty
what's the chances we can get a revival of the band going?
Oh, dude, I'm telling you, man. I don't know who just said that, But if Matt is down, Eric, you got to call him. You got to set it up. And I'll get David over there, and we'll have a reunion, man. I want to get it together. I want to start rocking again. Did I not just hear Polly Girl's voice, or was it my imagination?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
No, I think you did.
Yeah. Well, we're just talking music because that's something I've never done. You know, I always play the music and never talk about it. And now that I have you here, you know, there's a lot of stuff that I have memories I have of us doing all those things, like when we were at the disc, you know, 4 o'clock in the morning, and we whipped that version of Wild Side Girl out just like it was nothing. You were just alive. It's really fun to watch Eric on the bass because he works that bass up and down to every song. It's like there's nothing sacred. He's just going bombastic.
Again.
Well, yeah.
And then, you know, have to go work with poison gas, high voltage, and explosives, you know, after an hour's sleep.
Awesome. That sounds familiar too. I was HVAC R on emergency service, and one of our two of our contracts were what I call bomb plants, aka ordnance factories.
Mm-hmm.
Ew.
Yeah, well, they got the blowout wall designed with no nails in it, you know, to blow out there, and that's where all the HVAC equipment and dehumidification and all the other equipment happened to be located right there behind that blowout wall.
Well, Eric.
Yeah, they
go ahead.
have those, or they have things in the roofs outside the occupied space that just bloop. You know, hopefully nobody's in the parking lot or any pigeons you're worried about.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You,
The fact that I endured alone is a miracle. And looking back at it and talking with people and recalling close calls.
Man, you've been into some wild stuff, dude.
Oh man, I was so blessed.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a lot of people are like, "Oh man, you had it rough." I'm like, "No, you don't get it." You know, these are opportunities for me to learn.
Right. Yeah, it's also to die. Does that ever occur to you?
Oh yeah.
You're working with ordnance, like U.S. military ordnance? Is that what you're talking about?
Correct.
Bombs?
Past tense. Yes, past tense.
Wow.
No NDAs. I signed no NDAs on any of the stuff I work with.
Wow.
And I feel comfortable to speak on any subject now because I have no more fears.
Wait a
My
minute.
child is grown, and you know what I'm saying.
Yes.
So there's some information I can share,
Mm-hmm.
like on some work I did in the university that just happened to show up.
You
available.
live right by a major military base, don't you?
Yeah, several.
My brother is buried.
Oh.
My brother.
Where's that at?
Florida.
I live in Florida.
Sarasota. What is
Okay.
it's Jacksonville, right?
Jacksonville's a little. I've been there.
There's a
it's
major
more
military. Where you live? Where you live in Florida? And I'm sure
I live on just go west of that, basically.
the Panhandle.
It's called it's the Big Bend area.
Right? Okay.
I call the trigger on the gun, like if it's a gun,
Mhm.
pistol.
Yeah, McDill
Yeah.
on the Gulf side.
Yeah,
Michigan has the hand, and you have the gun, so I could just take the hand and pick up the gun with Michigan and shoot it. Yeah, Florida's cool. I always hung out on the Caribbean side, and I never was on the Atlantic side. But you're talking about like out there by Mississippi and New Orleans and places like that, right? You're closer
well,
to
about-
the south.
about 4 hours east of the Alabama Florida line,
Alabama,
basically.
There you go. Yeah.
And you can just come around the bend there
Have you been hearing
on
about
past
the?
Panama City.
Have you been hearing about the stories of Bigfoot in Florida lately? I've been hearing a lot about that.
Well, yeah, but it's nothing new to me. I mean, part of what we were taught about, the names changed, but it's the same. Different nations had different names for basically the same cryptid.
Oh, I got to show you guys something, man. You know that I just saw that my son Greg sent it to me, and he showed it to me, and I said, "Send that to me. I got to show that to somebody tonight." And it's called. Let's see. It's called. It's on my phone. I somehow have to transfer it to my computer. This is called. This is wild. So I gotta find it. Hey, Greg, was that on YouTube? That This Is Wild thing? Oh man, you guys gotta see this shit. Hold on, I'm gonna find it and then I'm gonna play it. I just gotta find. This is wild. Let's see. This is wild because lately, I've been hearing about these. Like people have been seeing humanoid type people flying, like it looks like a human flying like 2,000 feet up in the air. And
Yeah.
well, there's a reason.
This guy
why.
landed in the wrong roof.
Hold on, I gotta show you. The military has them. They hang.
This guy landed in the wrong roof.
Stop. How do you stop this? Oh.
This guy landed in the wrong roof.
Okay, you landed in the wrong roof. Can I put it on pause, please? Thank you. I'm gonna lose my voice again.
What the
They got these things they put on their hands, and they fly. Hold on, I'm gonna get this thing here. Oops, that's.
So, Papa Bear, I don't think it was Polygirl you were hearing. I think it was me.
Oh, Valerie, what's up, man? I'm not used to you coming into chat.
I think I finally figured out the Discord thing.
Okay. Now I just want to get the thing about. Oh, I'm glad you did. Yeah, I want to get the thing about the army guy flying. Just the one. They got these things they put on their hands.
Can you guys still hear me?
Security was telling
Yes.
him to get down.
Oh, okay.
That's
Yeah, I
not-
thought
where
it
the
might
hell-
have like just out or something.
I gotta find it, guys. I gotta find it.
I'm very glad. Opening a
I can't find Greg, I can't find it. Is it here for sure? Wait a second.
Help Papa Bear out.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the army guy flying over the ocean with these things he puts on his hands. I got it. Hold on.
Fuck you, Chess.
Hey, Greg, how far down is it? Because there's a bunch of them. Okay.
Let me show you. Where's your phone?
Yeah, I got it on the phone. I want to find it here. I got it on just.
What's the title of the video on the phone?
This is wild. But there's a
let me
bunch
see
of
it.
them.
Let me see it on your phone.
Here.
So hey, Greg.
Yeah.
So do you have your son there working as an engineer?
Yeah. Well, he finds things, you know.
Joe's?
This is Wild Sports
Yeah,
Nation.
you gotta have
Wait a minute.
expert in the back. You're,
Sports Nation.
This is wild.
running other things or blabbing.
No, I do it all by myself. That's why it's
It
such a
should be a
mess.
short little video.
Yeah.
See, hold on a minute. Maybe my son needs to learn some
Yeah.
stuff from your son. It
This
can
is
help
wild.
me out.
Sports Nation, but I can't find it.
Or
There's a-
whoever.
Oh, here it is. I found it. Oh,
Yeah,
God.
there you go.
Here it is. Check this out. Hold on. Can you guys see that? Can you see that? Let me see. No. All right, now check this out. This is crazy. He's flying.
All right. I'm still watching. I got the sound off, so.
Yeah, it takes
I
about
can-
30 seconds for you to see it. This dude they got these new things. They fly around. They put them on their hands. They're jetpacks.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you. Thank you, Val. Check
Just
that
wait
out.
a minute. She's got to put in some input.
That is crazy. Can you imagine 1,000 guys coming over the freaking... That's enough. I just wanted to show you guys that. So, you know, I mean, who knows? There's no end to what can be done.
You know what I mean?
What's that?
You'd have to know it. Yeah, you'd have to be pretty strong, you know, to go for any length of time.
Just putting that on the
You know,
end of
'cause
your
I
hand?
Yeah, to hold your own weight
Yeah.
without losing control. I mean, typically you could do it, but doing it without losing control and go whoop.
Did you watch?
Because if you lost it,
Did you see the video?
yeah.
Oh yeah, I was just picturing the battery pack. How long would it last at running at full capacity or?
I don't
You know, to
know.
carry-
Yeah, he's got the pack on his back, see? Yeah, that's pretty
Right.
amazing.
Is,
I wonder how high
yeah,
it goes.
is it combustion or fan?
I don't know.
Battery.
It looks like it's
Different.
just blowing something out the end like a jet engine. Now you're flying from one boat to another. I don't know how high they go, but that's pretty crazy. That's just the beginning too,
Yeah.
you know?
That probably a sailor, marine, or whatever, he might have weighed, 190 or 220 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
So, but whether you weighed 120 pounds, you have to be able to support your own weight.
I see.
Those things you're holding in your hand, it'd be like a gymnast holding the bars, except you don't have the stability of the bars. So you'd have to be a pretty trained person to do that.
Well, I would imagine
You know,
so. I don't know if I'd strap it on and take off right away, you know. But
I practice around, it wouldn't take me long.
I'm not
I
afraid.
think
I'm not afraid of flying. It's hurling into the ground at 400 miles an hour that bothers me.
I've done it. Hey,
So did I
getting
hear you
on-
talk?
What?
Yeah, try taking a head-on collision on a motorcycle.
Yeah, I know that you got into
Bye.
you got into a bad accident. I know that. You got lucky.
Oh
dude.
yeah,
And so did David.
yeah.
He had one of them suicide
Oh,
rockets, man. And I told him, I said, dude,
Yep.
you're gonna just about the time you think you're good, something's gonna happen. And sure enough, it did. He ran into the back of a van going 80 miles an hour. He's lucky to be alive. So are you. Motorcycles.
Oh yeah.
Cars don't have no respect for motorcycles, man.
that's for sure.
I still have one. I don't ride it.
But then there's motorcyclists that give motorcycles a bad name too by doing stupid shit.
Yeah.
So did I hear talk of maybe a band revival show?
But man, I would love that. Yes, because I'm ready. I am so ready to get back to rocking again.
We got to get together, Papa Bear, because out here in my neck of the woods, we're going to be doing a battle of the bands, I believe.
Where? Well, I don't want to battle anybody. We'll probably get our ass kicked, but I like just playing music, you know.
We do music in the park and other things out in my area where it's entertainment. And if Eric is Gar in the chat,
Yep.
he knows my area.
He likes GarWood. You know who GarWood was?
I know who GarWood is.
Yes. Well,
I'm
his
from the
boat.
town of the boat builders.
oh yeah, Eric was working. Who did you work for? Chris Craft or? This dude's done everything.
Cuthbert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And GarWood.
Did you work for Mazecraft? Did you work for Maya?
No. Nope.
I grew up in the house directly across Swan Creek from Maya, from where they built the boats. That's
Yeah,
where
they
I grew
built
up.
some fantastic boats.
That's
Unbelievable.
where I grew up.
Yeah.
I got to watch
Yep.
that in my childhood.
Yeah, GarWood was a
Yeah.
famous boat racer.
I I met those guys
In the
years and
1930s.
years ago.
Yeah. Chat, guys.
And
I gotta go
GarWood
get a
opened a
coffee.
plant.
I'll be right back. Just talk it up.
Okay. GarWood opened a boat building plant up in Marysville, and the Chris Craft plant was in Algonac, and
Yeah,
Maze
Chris-
Craft was in Fairhaven.
Yep.
So I'm very familiar. This is my, was my stomping grounds. This,
I was actually out there playing. You know, I've been all over the place, but I still have a lot of friends out there, and I get together with them.
Awesome.
And yeah, I played a few times out there in Algonac on the fireworks night. You know,
Yep,
this past July.
I was
And-
home unfortunately with COVID during the whole festival, but I'm a proud lion, so
Yeah, a lot of my old friends. Yeah, the Lions, you know, they ran the pickle tournament since I was a little kid.
Yep.
You know, I was out there.
I'm
I
a
played
proud
in the
member.
Society.
What's that?
You know, I played in the Tafro Jazz Society. I played
Okay.
saxophone. George Apple was one of my teachers when I was a kid.
Okay.
That was, yeah. So I was actually educated out there in music.
If you're closer to Greg's age, then you're a bit older than me. I'm actually Junior's age.
I'm not Greg's age.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm older or younger.
Okay. Oh, I'm Junior's age, so I'll be 42 in October.
Okay.
So, yeah, I've known them for 25 years now.
Yeah, I think I first met Greg in about like 1990. What happened was a friend of mine that played guitar said, "Hey, I got an audition with a band and the bass player can't be there." He says, "So can you just show up and play bass so I can do the audition?" I thought, yeah, okay, what the hell? So his name was like Tom Mars or something. So that's where I first met Greg. I just showed up at somebody else's audition, but they wanted me to play with the band, but I was already working with another bunch. And that was a mistake. And, I admitted that to Greg because that was a big mistake because the band I was working with didn't end up doing much. So I got him another bass player and I loaned him this like beautiful precision bass. I loaned him, another guitar player this precision bass so that the guys could work. Those guys were working and I wasn't doing nothing. And like that kind of bummed me out because I thought, well, these guys are working all the time. They wanted me to play the bass, but because I was committed to another bunch, crap.
Well, I first met Junior when I was 15 years old through mutual friends. And then when they were playing No Sweat Sports Bar that's since burned down in Chesterfield, I had met Greg Sr., of course,
Yeah.
during the course of hanging out with Junior. But then him and his band were playing No Sweat Sports Bar, and I was the fun little waitress. So it's been years and years and years.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I remember that place.
Eric,
It was.
Those were good days. I was rocking with Mark Lewis. Remember Mark Lewis, Thumper? And Scotty Yarrow on guitar. That was.
Are you gonna embarrass me now, Papa Bear?
What's that?
Are you gonna embarrass me?
How's that? Huh?
The guys in the band.
Yeah. Well, no. Oh, yeah. Because Mark had the hots for you. Yeah. We didn't know you were young. I mean, we knew you were young, but we didn't know you were that young. You know, Mark.
I was barely 18.
I said, Mark, stop stepping on your tongue, dude. Put it back in your mouth. You know. But he was like that. He was just that's the kind of guy he was. You know.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And then your son's been my best friend for
Oh yeah, you and Greg. Yep.
ever.
You know, this is
Ever.
first. This is the first time I've ever been in a chat room on YouTube with someone I know, and it's two people. Usually, it's
That's-
folks from other countries, other states. You know, we got quite an international bunch here on the Greg J.
Oh,
Channel.
that's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you've built that and
Yeah.
everything. Like, I love listening to your old music
Oh.
and your son when he bothers to call me and not text because
Yeah.
he's
Yeah.
very busy.
Always.
But
Always in his head.
I love him anyway because I know he's somewhere roaming around the house.
He's sitting.
I love him anyway.
He's sitting 30 feet away from me writing. He's constantly.
Yeah, well,
Constantly writing.
I love him anyway, and I
Yeah.
love you
Oh,
and the
thank
rest
you.
of the fam.
Thank you. Thank you.
Y'all are great people.
Well, I appreciate you making the transition. You know, it's not a lot of
I
people.
finally figured out Discord.
Yeah, Eric too. I got you guys. I didn't even have any idea you were going to figure it out, Val, but I'm glad you did.
Me
My
too.
phone.
Yeah, we could always use more female presence here.
That's no problem.
Yeah.
I don't mind being a female presence.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. How about you guys want to chill for a bit? I'm going to play a video for the folks because I know they're waiting for something that they want
All
to
right,
see.
sweet.
I just wanted to spend a little time talking about some memories and music, and I just love that stuff. So,
And we'll get together
Yeah.
about band revival stuff
Okay.
because, you know,
okay. Well,
we'll get together about that.
I
soon.
didn't know you were involved, so yes, by all means, let's play a video.
Very.
We're going to play about
All
a
right.
20-minute video, and then we'll be back.
All right.
Yeah.
I got to say hello to everybody in the chat room. Just a minute here. Yeah, that'll work. There we go. Hello to Learn Share and Pneumatic Autist. I love that. I'm trying to get my little dude to say hi.
I spelled tenor wrong earlier.
What's that?
Oh well.
Marmalization.
Tenor. I was playing
Alex.
tenor saxophone.
Alex Builds. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We used to do that Turn the Page tune. I remember that. James B. And there's GarWood. Oh, you're in the chat room too, Eric. Well, that's cool. You're all over the place tonight. Kenny Pinkerton. Hello. And we're going to get to a good video you guys are waiting for, I know. We're going to do that as soon as I find it. I know I had it here somewhere. Okay. Okay.
So-
Yep. Here we go. This is we're gonna do a 26-minute video on the missing tons of Michigan copper. That's the first video. So let me get it set up for you. And I'll be back in 25. I know I had it here somewhere.
Missing prehistoric Michigan's $500 million of copper. Approximately 9,000 years ago, the Great Lakes achieved their current definition. Water levels would have been high near the time of the final glacier melt, enabling human travel along ancient trade routes. Soil conditions indicate that at one time the Wisconsin River was several miles wide in the center part of the state, and the escarpment of Door County as an ancient shoreline proves examples of this. Across Green Bay, 7,000 years ago, near present Oconto, Wisconsin, people lived and comprised a period of prehistory archaeologists call the Old Copper Culture. Artifacts from this ancient civilization contribute to understand the truly wide-ranging influences of early man. Found at the Oconto site were freshwater clam shells, indicative of the Mississippi River, and a shell representative of the southern Atlantic coastline. Yet, it is copper for which this culture is known. Its people may have been the earliest metalsmiths in the world, working for the first time with the first malleable mineral known to mankind. They fashioned arrowheads and bracelets and other tools and ornaments, but copper, like shells, was not native to either Green Bay or Lake Michigan. The only area along the major waterways of North America where copper is found is the Lake Superior region, some of the oldest land on Earth. It yielded vast quantities of copper, both in ancient as well as in modern times. Records made over 12 years at the turn of the century reveal that 2.5 million tons of copper passed through the Sioux Locks. A value of, in 1898 dollars, of $550 million. Yet beneath each and every modern copper mine was an ancient pit mine. The old copper culture and its trade partners established a precedent worthy of continuing inquiry. Research of the historical accounts from modern times, many originating late in the 1800s, yields a summary and cross-reference. Although today's archaeology community is in disagreement and debate regarding some of the early reports, it cannot deny the magnitude of discoveries made by our pioneering forefathers. Michigan's most ancient industry, the prehistoric mines and the miners of Isle Royale. Some brief history on the state of Michigan. Some of these names might sound familiar to you. A book privately published and now out of print, Prehistoric Copper Mining in the Lake Superior region, by Professors D. Temple and Dreyer, provide a collection of various reference articles. A synopsis of recent history was given in the Mining Gazette of Houghton, Michigan, on September 7, 1929, by Professor James Fisher of the Michigan College of Mining and Technology. 1536, Jacques Cartier sailed through the St. Lawrence to Montreal. He reported the natives told him of vast seas of fresh water to the west and great hills of copper, but he did not push forward. 1636, 100 years later, Lagarde published a hearsay account in Paris from statements made by the Indians. 1659 to 1660, Jesuit relations reported the Ojibwa had only a few crude utensils, but most copper was in the form of nuggets, which the Indians worshipped and held in veneration. In other words, they're not armed, so it's okay to go in there and take it. Wink, wink. 1666 to 1667, Father Claude Elouez, I hope I didn't butcher that, but was the first white man to see Michigan copper. His reports in Jesuit Relations 1632 to 1673 attracted earliest attention. Why couldn't it be just the first man or European man? Why does it have to be white man? You see, that's race baiting right there, subconsciously, into the whole whites are evil thing, when it's just bad people, period. To the Great Lakes area. In a religious colleague, Monsignor de Tracy, he renamed the lake Lac Tracy of Superior. Also in collaboration with Father Marquette, he later published the first map of Lake Superior and the northern portions of Lake Huron and Lake Michigan waterways. Well, he did some riding if he did Michigan and Huron, because they're on the opposite sides of the state. In 1763, Alexander Henry, an adventurous Englishman, wrote firsthand about copper in the Ontonagon, Michigan region. He described a 100-pound chunk he had cut off with his axe from a single mass of copper. This same year, after the French and Indian War, the Treaty of Paris gave the British control of these lands. In 1770, one of the first mining companies, organized for what was thought to be a new discovery of copper, was established in London, with the King of England as an officer. In 1783, at the close of the Revolutionary War, another Treaty of Paris established the boundary between Great Britain, Canada, and the United States. This line ran through the middle of Lake Ontario, Erie, Huron, and their connecting waterways. One member of the Boundary Commission, Benjamin Franklin, heard of the mineral wealth of the Lake Superior region. Deflecting his pencil to the north of the middle line drawn through Lake Superior, upon the crude map he determined the division of land included the large island of Royal as a possession of the United States. We could have been Canadians by the stroke of a pencil. 1796, the British flag was finally lowered because of long delays in communication and a reluctance of the military contingent to turn over its authority. How did the Jesuits get there before anybody else? And just who are these Jesuits? We're going to look them up. I want to find out. I hear that name all throughout history, the Jesuit. 1800, Congress passed a resolution appointing an agent to collect information regarding the copper lines of the Michigan Superior region, including Isle Royale. I bet he did. Oh gee, I can't see the point in that. 1843, the Ontonagon boulder was shipped to the Smithsonian Institute, where it still resides. The pure copper boulder weighed 3,708 pounds when shipped, but reports speculated it had been reduced in size during prehistory by moles removing large chunks. The report on the geology and topography of a portion of Lake Superior Land District in the state of Michigan explains in detail how one large copper mass was discovered by Samuel O. Knapp, the agent of the Minnesota Mining Company. Apparently a pit 26 feet deep, filled with clay and matted mass of moldering vegetable matter. Copper mass was 10 feet long, 3 feet wide, and nearly 2 feet thick, and weighing over 6 tons. On digging around it, the mass was found to rest on billets of oak, supported by sleepers of the same material, dark-colored, lost all its consistency. A knife blade may be thrust into it as easily as into a peat bog. The ancient miners had evidently raised it above 5 feet, and then abandoned the work as too laborious. Other 5,000 and 6,000 pound masses were found on similar crib work. The largest mass of copper in the world to date was discovered in 1856, 46 feet long. Its greatest thickness was over 8 feet. The approximate weight was 500 tons, or 1 million pounds. And they found these huge, large chunks of copper in Michigan. A 5,000 pound chunk. Jeez. Today, Smithsonian Institution spokesman may not agree for politically correct reasons, but after the study of its researchers a century ago, they concluded that a civilization of a higher order than the Native American was responsible for the ancient copper mining. They pointed vaguely to half-formed notions of the mound builders, but there were no artifacts, no bones, no dead left in the Lake Superior region. And while the formal burial mounds of the old copper culture near Kanto to the cubic acres, even cubic miles of rock that were removed from the ancient mine sites. Only infinitesimal amounts of the mineral were found near Okanto. As more and more discoveries were being registered in the mid-1800s, a general consensus of opinion began to emerge that another race, distinct from the Indians, who knew little of the mines, must have been responsible for the prehistoric enterprise. Quite literally, many tons of copper are missing. As the old copper culture flourished, trade routes along the waterways of Green Bay and Lake Michigan and the world were being established. When Christopher Columbus arrived in America, the aboriginal inhabitants of what is now the United States made only slight use of copper. They were entirely unfamiliar with bronze or brass alloys of copper. However, southward down the Mississippi Valley across the Gulf into Mexico, Central and South America, extensive use of copper was made by the Aztecs, Incas, and Toltecs. Along the old copper culture, other societies used copper for purposes other than fishing hooks and arrowheads. Copper artwork has been found in most of America's prehistoric sites, including Aztalan in southern Wisconsin, Etowah in Georgia, Spiro in Oklahoma, Grove Creek in Ohio, Angel Mounds, Indiana, and Yucatan, Mexico. In the Upper Peninsula, the tremendous magnitude of the ancient mining's waste product, the ancient stone mauls used to separate mineral from rock, bring question just how much copper could have been removed after 500 years, 1,000 years, 2,000 years. At one ancient mining site of just a few square miles, it is estimated that these stone mauls would have filled 10 wagons and weighed 1,000 tons. Around the stone mauls are artificial grooves where these tools would have been tied to a handle. These grooves were nearly obliterated on the upper side, while the lower side presented a comparatively fresh appearance because of less exposure to rains and the general atmosphere over a very long period of time. Examination in the late 19th century revealed that the ancient pits were crowded with debris, leaves, trees, a hemlock cut down, per report from 1850. A hemlock cut down had 395 rings, as counted by Mr. Knapp. Upon excavation, ancient stone mauls were discovered entwined in the roots. Extraction of copper from the ore in which it was embedded was accomplished by spalling, that is, heating the rock intensely, then dousing it with cold water. The rock would crack, thereby freeing the pure copper. In addition, the stone mauls were found at the bottom of many pits was charcoal, evidence of past fires from the spalling technique. Radioactive decay of carbon at established rates allows dating of ancient artifacts by radiometric age dating. In the 1950s, radiocarbon dating of charcoal found at the bottom of several pits showed that they had been worked 3,800 years ago, plus or minus 300 years, using bounds from the mounds of the old copper culture, the oldest known cemetery in America. This date was exceeded by 3,700 years, back to 5,500 BC, with a similar margin of several hundred years. Mankind has always been industrious. The ancient copper mines may be the first evidence that humans could establish industrial organizations. An engineer working at one mine site 100 years ago was asked if he could estimate how many men worked at this particular ancient site and for how long. The next day, after considering the question in some detail, the engineer replied, giving the mining methods of the ancients, the transportation of stone mails, the cutting of wood for hewing the rock, provision of food for the miners in an area of only a few square miles, the ancient workings represented the efforts of 10,000 people working for more than 1,000 years. Cross-referencing with another opinion offers 30,000 prehistoric miners engaged for 500 years, removing between 30 and 50 million tons of copper. Questions continue to arise, because even the smaller amount here is 3 times more than the amount mined in modern times during 100 years. Additional professional reports from the early mining enterprise in the early 1900s described it as a colossal magnitude of extraordinary, as in almost exceeding belief. Along the waterways of the old copper culture stands out for all it represents. Some very old Indian legends do mention that a white race was driven out of their homes and their territories far back in their history. It is here science stops and conjecture continues. This shadowy, prehistoric Copper Age civilization as proof that great copper mining engineers flourished in ancient America. It seems the more you research into this, the more evidence you get. There's also more evidence and information being bestowed upon the public as like never before. One thing seems obvious to me. The Spaniards, when they came into South America, killed and burned their way up all the way to Michigan. And these Jesuits, the ones reporting on all the goodies that are there. The French and the British just seem to have followed suit and did it the way the Spanish did it. If they could have somehow managed to do it peacefully without superstition getting in the way and religion, the world would be in a much better place, and we would most likely know our true history. Or if we found a way to time travel, we could always go back in time with a couple Apache helicopters.
And you're clear whenever you're ready. Get line of sight. There you go. You're in zoom already. And whenever you're ready, you're clear. Sorry, Roger. Good impact. Good impact.
He must have been a bad guy.
Target destroyed. Roger.
Help the Indians, seeing as how they're named after them anyway. Seems like they just came right up in there and under the guise of the Christian cross, used it for their own demented means. Explorer seemed like a scout to just go ahead and size the area up and see what it would take to conquer it. Then comes back with his report, and then the army goes in there with their priests so that they can sanction it all by the church while they burn and kill and try to destroy all evidence. something really crazy was going down back then. You know, it's not even things that we could comprehend for a regular person, but power and control has been the main motive, the main thrust of it all for pretty much everything that I've looked into so far. It's a trend. This is just another page in a very thick book. An ancient civilization flourished on the earth, and it was international. That seems to be almost a given when you look at all the evidence. For some 1800 years, beginning abruptly 3000 BC, some industrious peoples mined ore equivalent to 500,000 tons of copper from Michigan's Isle Royale and Keweenaw Peninsula. Who were these mysterious miners? And what happened to all that copper? It certainly hasn't been found in the relics of North American Indians. And where was the ore smelted? About all the unidentified miners left behind are some of the crude tools they used to pound out chunks of ore from their pit mines. 5,000 pit mines on Isle Royale alone. Outside of some cairns and slab rock ruins, there is little to help pin down these miners. Mainstream archaeologists attribute all these immense labors to a North American copper culture, certainly not to the copper-hungry visitors from foreign shores. Admittedly, many copper artifacts have been dug up from North American mounds, but only a tiny fraction of the metal the Michigan mines must have yielded. Curiously, North American Indian mounds have contained copper sheets made in the shape of an animal hide called reels. Their function, if any, is unknown. The reels do, however, resemble oddly shaped copper ingots common in the European Bronze Age commerce. Their peculiar shape earned these ingots the name oxides. They have been found in Bronze Age shipwrecks and are even said to be portrayed in wall paintings in Egyptian tombs. The standardized hide-like shape with its 4 convenient handles was useful in carrying and stacking the heavy ingots. Could the reels from the North American mounds have been copied from the oxides? It is tempting to speculate that the copper culture miners were actually Europeans, or perhaps Native Americans employed or enslaved by Europeans. An omen of future, more devastating invasions. Anyway, there was a point in time where man just became neurotic and obsessed with power. That's where we find ourselves today.
Yeah, someone once said if they start burning books, they'll burn people next. Just think of all the knowledge that was burned for the sake of gaining usurping power. At one time, power was benevolent and did what it was supposed to. But at some point, notoriety got mixed up with fame or something. And now, for some reason, somehow, evil has taken over. And it's all about making money, profit. That's what everything's about. If people die, so what? There's too many anyway. Worthless eaters. We'll watch 10 minutes of this and I'll come back to chat. Does anybody see the face on the far right? I mean, my God, how much is that pareidolia?
Probably would have paid this off with the full man.
All right.
We don't have any way of ready.
I mean, I guess it could be a really good situation, but what's orbiting around that star that's close enough in proximity to not burn us up, but not also freeze us out as humanity? Because honestly, I'd like to get off this current ride and go to a new one. I don't disagree with that.
Uh, it, well, if you take something like the bear microbe, it can, they tried killing it with 800 degrees, radiate it to death, but it doesn't die, the bear microbe. So some of these things can be anything, or right, but take temperatures and other things, like the March of the Penguins, those and live with. Yeah. So different organisms can take different things. So if you got a planet, that they found, it's impossible to tell the temperature or the atmosphere or something like that with whatever means the Hubble telescope. It's impossible to tell what the atmosphere or conditions are like. So,
Nigel said,
it's
how you been,
anybody's
Greg?
guess then.
I will jump online. Cheers.
So
that's basically what I'm wondering, and like what I would need to know, because every organism is different, but as a human organism, we know what we require to maintain optimal homeostasis.
Yeah.
Well, then we'll all be moving to Venus, won't we? No, that's just my smart mouth remark. My thoughts have always been there's got to be intelligent life somewhere else, because there aren't very many examples of it here. Mm-hmm. Part of
Well,
it
there's a
blocked
reason
pineal
for
gland.
that. Well, well, that's one of the things. The pineal gland, with all the things we've been fed, destroyed that. That's one of the glands that, from what I understand, has, your connection to spirituality and a lot of other things. So, like fluoride destroys that, along with
Stress.
other things.
Stress can block it.
What can block it?
Stress.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Yes. And a lot of people, especially here in the U.S., are living with adrenal dysfunction.
Yeah, stress can affect your DNA.
Yep.
Yeah.
It can change your hormones to a drastic measure.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, the practice, this is something I'm versed in because I'm dealing with it. Even doctors aren't aware of how to rectify once your adrenal glands have become damaged. They're not aware of how to rectify the situation.
Isn't that called Addison's disease?
Well, it can be called Addison's. It can be called Cushing's. Cushing's is an excess of cortisol, where Addison's is a depletion of cortisol or an adrenal insufficiency.
John Kennedy, President Kennedy had Addison's disease.
Yes, me personally, I veer more towards the Cushing's side, and it's cyclical, and it relates to other hormone fluctuations, your sex hormones, your estrogen, testosterone, and progesterone.
So
like
when one of them gets out of whack, what happens, man? You just freak out and go over the edge, or what?
They all get out of whack, and it can cause it really does wreak havoc on your body, on your mind.
Yeah. Now here's another thing you may not haven't taken into account, and I've been running the tests on this personally. I'm the only guy.
Radiation.
Yeah.
EMF radiation. Man-made.
No, not that one. That one, they're all different. They put the radiation euphemism with like cell phones or
nuclear weapons,
electrical.
Yeah, radiation is by itself is not harmful.
It's all EMF waves. Just different. Different frequencies.
It's not different frequencies. It's a whole different thing altogether.
Different,
they put these things
power
in this category in the same word, and they're totally different things. It's like comparing your steam radiator that used to be in your mother's house or whatever to a nuclear power plant.
Yeah.
To the sun.
I've tested many types of these things. Now listen.
Okay.
I started this instrument up. I've been running this thing since 2015. It's not a Geiger counter. Now, a Geiger counter doesn't tell you the exact kilo electron voltage, so it doesn't identify ionizing radioactive isotopes. It doesn't identify the isotope. I have an instrument that actually identifies these isotopes, and that thing that blew up in Japan, because they don't talk about it, it doesn't exist in people's minds. But it does exist on my instruments, and I can identify what came out of there and the amounts we're getting from that. Now, you was talking about hormonal problems, different, diseases that come up. And this causes a lot of those because these different isotopes what they do is they look for a host because they're missing the neutrons. When you ingest them, breathe them, eat them, they go to different organs, bones in your body.
Yeah, it's based on, they latch on and bind on to whatever is missing the electron that they have the extra electron of.
Yeah.
So, hydrogen and oxygen bind to make water. Well, this particular isotope might neutralize your progesterone.
Or it'll mimic a hormone and replace your thyroid. It'll replace and it'll displace hormones in your body, and then they go off like subatomic spark plugs.
What's a hormone?
But I started thing again tonight.
I mean, I've heard of hormone before. Have you ever heard of hormone?
Yeah, me.
I mean, what is a what is a hormone, man? I mean, is it a molecule?
A hormone is a substance that controls and regulates things like body temperature, women's menstrual cycles, stress hormones. So, like testosterone, progesterone.
Val, did you watch my video, Anions versus Cations?
I
Yes.
do think
Oh, sorry.
You watched it?
I do think I did. That's been a while though, right? Wasn't that like a year ago?
No. That was the talk that I was going to give at the conference that I couldn't attend because I was I was waylaid with laryngitis, bad case. I'm still coming off of it.
That was one. No, I missed that one.
Did you guys want me to get into what I found with this thing?
Yeah, go
today?
ahead. Go ahead, Eric. Tell us.
Yeah.
I want to know. Go ahead. That's why you're here.
This is probably the most relevant of anything, but I ran a rain sample.
Okay. What's a rain sample? A rain sample? You sampled the rain.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like it rained today.
Got it.
So I tested for two isotopes, americium-241 and cesium-137. And per liter today, it was actually, it's all over the place every time I check it. But 1,150 counts per minute per liter of cesium-137 and another 1,150 of americium-241.
So our rain is radioactive, is what you're saying.
I'm not done yet.
Okay.
I'm only testing for the two isotopes in the gamma spectrum.
That should be something to be concerned about.
Everything is radioactive to a degree, including our sun.
Well, yeah.
Wait.
A banana is
Wait a minute. The sun radiation is different. I'm talking about ionizing radiation from a nuclear meltdown.
Yeah.
Huh?
Or
atmosphere.
And
now it's in our food.
The 700 odd nuclear H bombs that were blasted off in the atmosphere testing.
That's
blew a hole
nothing.
in our ozone.
Right. That's nothing compared to this.
So where is this coming from? Where's this coming from?
It has to be coming from Japan. Because
Fukushima? I remember that.
Yeah.
When was that? 2018?
2011.
Oh my God.
Now let me give you numbers that can put this in perspective.
Long ago.
Those bombs with all those tests might have been 20 pounds of uranium or plutonium.
Okay.
right?
Mm-hmm.
In
I
Japan,
mean, I'm taking your word for it. I don't know, but yes.
I know
Okay, I trust you.
how the three cores that melted into the water table that the rain and snow picks up and it just runs out into the ocean. They just put those tanks up to pump the water in as a show
Yeah,
for the world.
yeah,
Okay, so you got three cores, roughly 1,200 pounds apiece, right?
yeah.
Each of those bombs were only about 15 pounds compared to 1,200 pounds. Do you understand? Besides the 15 million pounds that were stored of spent fuel that just blew all over the place when those things exploded. So you're talking millions of pounds compared to, like, you know, so many 15 million pounds that got dispersed. They outlawed that atmospheric testing in about 1964, I'm pretty sure. So do you understand? But this will feed forever.
It's
This will
cyclical.
feed.
Well,
Yeah.
that
This'll-
Fukushima power plant had a meltdown, correct? And it contaminated the Pacific Ocean. So you're saying that it's been contaminating the Pacific all this time. Then the Pacific Ocean.
It's contaminated the whole planet this whole time.
Yeah, so like
the whole
through the cycle of rain,
whether we know it or not,
evaporation.
we're living in our own extinction event.
Yes.
That's correct. That's right. Because yeah, I've been on other shows with people that deal with this, and the one guy, he's a fisherman, you know, over in Canada, and like all the tide pools, all the fish and sea anemones and starfish, they're all pretty much wiped out. You know, instead of millions of them, you might have one or two.
I hear that,
you know, the
I hear
bird.
that the bees are dying all over the world too.
Yes.
A lot to do with it. Now, the cell phone radiation, that could have a lot to do with that.
Mm-hmm.
5G. Yeah. I'm
there
not
are
seeing-
different, but that nuclear meltdown that you're discussing actually would be a large contributor to radioactive isotopes and a perpetual cycle of them.
The biggest one, because even that one that was in Russia,
Chernobyl.
Chernobyl in 1986.
86,
Wormwood. That's wormwood, because if you read the Ukrainian Bible, a star fell by the name of Chernobyl. Wormwood in the King James translated into Ukraine, into the Ukrainian language is Chernobyl. And if you read the descriptions through Revelation 8 and 9, that's a perfect description of what happened. Look at, you know, if it's still there on YouTube, look at Children of Chernobyl or whatever. And it's like all the kids messed up. There was like farmlands and lakes.
But it's still happening. It's still happening because it got into our soil, it got into our water, and it's just cycling through the atmosphere continually.
You know, I think that's probably
going back
what.
to Pearl Harbor.
What do you think about?
We're going back all the nuclear.
Now,
I have to ask you a question.
Let me
ask you a quick question.
Okay.
You know the cattle mutilations that have been going on? You think that that's the government doing that to checking the membranes of the cattle to see if it's gotten into their bodies and we're eating it, we're consuming it?
We absolutely are consuming it.
I mean, I don't understand any other kind of rationality for just mutilating a cow. cutting out its butthole and stuff like, and with surgical accuracy of a laser. They're looking for something.
I don't understand mutilating it for cosmetic reasons, but they do that too.
They're looking for something.
Well, they're completely exsanguinated, but surgically precise. A lot of times seemingly dropped from elevation. This was going on when I was a child. It's nothing new.
Is it the government that's doing it? I mean, it's not aliens from, Sigadorf or something like that, or is it?
No, it's not aliens
it's
picking up our random cows and dropping them.
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, I just can't see what aliens would be.
I've been told I was an alien, but I guess that goes on what your opinion of alien is. It seems like our borders getting bombarded with certain kind of alien, and well, there's all kind of aliens, really. Like elements. I've been looking into aluminum. Lumen. Well, anyway, from my finds, and I'm looking for answers here, it seems like aluminum wasn't really present or prevalent in bauxite. There's a whole ordeal of how they actually extract it from the bauxite, primarily, any aluminite. But anyway, aluminate.
Do you guys remember a show called The Hellstrom Chronicles?
A pretty common metal.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of The Hellstrom Chronicles?
It doesn't seem to go geographically back very far. And geologically, my bad. Get those terms mixed up because I don't trust the chronology I was taught in geology or mineralogy, because things come out that showed otherwise, like the Nika Crystal Cave, Mexico, that showed crystalline growth that supposed to take such a long time over a period of time. And anyway, also like petrification, fossilization, etc., remineralization can occur, especially like you're familiar with at gamma potential. We're forming and transmuting elements right there anyway. Now it already takes place within our bodies.
Well, that's amazing.
We have centrifugal force. We take in more than just the physical input that food, what we call food. Like a chicken, it has the centrifugal force. It forms and transmutes matter into calcium.
Hey, check it out.
It doesn't take that much calcium in, but it lays all those eggs.
I just learned.
There's a lot more.
Learn, share. I got something to tell you. I just learned this too, and I didn't know for all my life until just recently the value of freaking earthworms. Those suckers. You turn them loose on a landfill if you have enough of them, and they churn it. They eat the garbage and poop dirt with minerals in it.
Yes.
Good.
That is just freaking amazing.
Well, what's amazing, like you were saying,
than they take out.
My God! So
like
they renew the soil.
The ozone layer. Well, the ozone layer, right? I'm an HVAC guy, our guy, right? The refrigeration guy. I was the one killing the planet, right? Well, the story is that it healed itself. That's the official narrative right now. It healed
Wait a minute. Am I still on here?
Yes, you're still on here, old timer.
Because I studied that stuff too, HVAC guy. Now, what I was taught years ago, and I want to see if what I'm going to say here goes along with what you was taught, that CFCs will break up the ozone
molecule. Yeah, O3.
A free atom molecule.
Yeah.
Now, that's what we've been told. So that's why we recover the refrigerant and take all these precautions.
The Clean Air Act, the 1992, the Montreal Protocol, etc.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, what they didn't say with what I was talking about with the radiation is that, you know, it's a careful balance. You know, typically O2, which most atoms hang out in pairs, like the sunlight radiation will break up the O2. You'll have a free radical. It'll bond it to an O2. You know, the one oxygen atom will bond to an O2, and then you'll get an O3, which is ozone. But what they're not saying is this ionizing radiation will throw the polarities and the charges off so that the O3s can't bond. One of my hypotheses is that one of the reasons they banned the atmospheric, bomb testing with nuclear weapons is because it throws like I said, the polarities and the charges off in the atoms, so they can't bond into an O3. They're blaming it on CFCs, chlorine, which is a real heavy gas. You know, I've put, in earlier years when it was legal, I would put, R12 or 22 into a balloon that would fall like a rock. But these isotopes will bond to oxygen, they'll bond to water, and then they're in the upper atmosphere. I've been up in jets with Geiger counters in these instruments, and it's like, holy shit, radioactive up there. I don't know how these pilots take it. Well, actually, they don't, because they don't have the lifespan we do, or the rest of the population does. But it's not the CFCs. They're blaming everything on cow farts and carbon, which is basically plant food. But it's this radiation stuff. I think that's more to blame. If you take like Mount St. Helens, those CFCs, those chlorines were R12 and ammonia, NH3 and all that other shit. That's where all that shit comes from. It comes from the ground, and it blows up in volcanic activity all the time. But they're going to blame stuff on cows and cow farts or your car, which isn't good, but plain old carbon dioxide isn't bad. But it's the ionizing radiation that we got a problem with. Now,
we have trees to take carbon dioxide.
Right, they turn it into oxygen. Where's the HVAC guy?
That's
right here, bro. I'm listening to you.
Okay. Yeah. Hopefully you remembered what I said, because I've run this testing. I'm the only guy you're going to hear from in your entire life that actually owns these instruments that'll identify the isotopes. Geiger counters don't cut it. They're not sensitive enough. They're only like 1/5 efficient, and they don't identify anything.
Half genius.
The problem I have communicating with people on these subjects is the charges, negative as opposed to positive. Beneficial
can go either way. Okay.
Yes.
Sure.
And aluminum, the effect of aluminum on the soil, I've been noticing. Taking samples of higher parts per million of aluminum.
And that makes the soil acidic, correct?
It makes, if you want to balance your charge of your soil, it's going to throw it out of whack. I mean, I believe it may have something occurred sometime when it was introduced, because it only goes to a certain layer. And a lot of people say, oh, that's only because of its density. And I'm like, I don't think it would be limited to such a thin layer of you know, implying that it was an introduction probably from a bolide or something of interface.
Now, since you brought up aluminum, people said they've done, lab tests. They've actually paid for jumbo jets with lab instruments in them, with these, whatever they're spraying. Now, the aluminum you're talking about, could that be coming out of them?
I don't know where it's coming. I don't know.
You mean like chemtrails?
It could.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's a common term, sure.
The only thing is, I mean, I've had other people tell me that, oh, yeah, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, hold on. Are you regurgitating dogma that you heard somewhere? Or did you actually go take it to task yourself?
What? Exactly. Now, exactly. That's a good one.
Well, I'm actually curious about this.
Dane Wigington, I haven't met the guy personally, but he said, that's who I'm referring to. He said, because he's got a lot of money, he said, yeah, took a plane up with instruments to test, and they followed behind these planes spraying this stuff. Now, condensation behind a jet can happen, but what I'm seeing, because I know some things about aviation, that's not what's being sprayed behind these planes. What it is Dane Wigington telling the truth? It looks like it.
Aluminium, barium, and strontium coinciding with the most irregular, if you want to call wildfires on the West Coast, where cars were melted right next to plastic trash bins that had no marking whatsoever. The tires were still there. Houses were gone, but the trees around them were conveniently still located there. Yeah, there's a lot of questions I have, but I don't have the knowledge. I can't claim the knowledge.
Okay, so I'm especially
and some things I can't.
10 minutes to videos, guys. So talk it
Well,
up.
I'm especially interested here, and I wanted to bring it up to, I believe it's Eric, right?
Yeah, Gar.
Okay. Gar, since we are all located in the same area, my dad owns an HVAC company. He's been in the business for 42 years. If you have questions about what the effects of R22 and refrigerants are, I could feasibly set up where you could actually test right there.
Well, he probably wouldn't have anything I don't have, because I've dealt with all that stuff.
Well,
I know these chemicals pretty much right down into the physics and the boiling points and all the stuff of how they work and where they come from.
Right. The reason I say you could probably go with him and test is because you have more sophisticated equipment than he does. But he has easier access to all of these chemicals that they use in commercial and residential and all of your heating and air conditioning and refrigeration needs.
Right, I do. Oh, I've done it for 40 years. Oh, I know this stuff better than anybody.
Okay.
Now, the first question I was asking the other guy is about the ozone layer. Now, they're talking about these CFCs and HCFCs.
The chlorine. They said the chlorine was breaking from the bond and breaking the bond of the O3, forming chlorine oxide, right? And leaving O2 and just totally destroying O3. But there was
Yeah.
a case that went down because the EPA and all this craziness going on, people's lives were being destroyed because they couldn't account for every ounce or whatever of refrigerant that they had purchased. Well, when this guy got taken to court, he had friends in laboratories at universities that went ahead and ran laboratory experiments to see if they could get it to do this. And all three,
what did they find?
all three of them, no, under the conditions that we're being told, this is impossible. So he won his lawsuit, and subsequently, we no longer got any more visits from EPA, anything. They no longer required.
So what you're, all right. So what you're saying is that the CFCs don't bust up the ozone molecule.
Correct.
Okay, and it's a heavy gas. I mean, it's really heavy. If it leaks out, it sinks into the ground. But the question is, does it bond to moisture or anything else and get carried up to the ozone 100 miles above the Earth's surface? I know ionizing radiation does, because I do the testing and I have the instruments.
Can I step in and simplify this question? I think I might be able to simplify it a little. Okay, so I think what you're asking, and correct me if I'm wrong, is if the CFCs and the chlorinated gas sinks into the dirt and into the water table to be carried out, become condensation, and get into the ozone area that way. Evaporate from the water table.
If it bonds to water.
If it bonds to water, is it possible?
So
That's the question you're getting at.
Right, but it's always been there, because every time a volcano blows up, 95% of volcanic gas emissions are under the ocean. So they're heavy gases. That's like if you're like Mount St. Helens or whatever, when the thing blows up, it's the heavy gases, the hydrogen sulfide, the methyl chloride, and all these other heavy gases. They're all heavy gases. And they've been blowing up. But, Mount St. Helens probably blew more CFCs out of it than all the R12 and 22 and 502 and 500 and all the other ones all put together.
111. Yeah, I mean, there's such a list of refrigerants that contained chlorine.
Yeah. Besides what you put in your laundry.
And your pools and your hot tubs.
And your pools and your hot tubs.
And your treated water that comes through all of our faucets.
Well, you want to hear something freaky?
Yeah.
They put fluoride in tap water, right? And they say, it's good for your teeth. That's a lie. That if you put your hand in a bucket of 100% fluoride, you would die. And they put it in our drinking water because they got a contract. Fluoride is extremely poisonous.
Filter that out. Yeah, HVAC guy.
Yeah, it's good for your teeth.
I bought water filters to get that stuff out of there.
Excellent. We had filter dryer here at the house. We run a lot of experiments with water. I like structuring water, charging water, because where we live, our soils, we manage. A lot of people call it permaculture. I don't know what to call it. It's just the way, our elders did it, and I'm just thankful that I was paying attention.
Yeah. But you're from Florida, right?
Yeah, man.
Yep. I lived there for a few years. But a lot of the fluoride, came out of Florida. The fluoride was, the phosphate mining.
Fluoride.
Yeah. It's like toxic waste product from phosphate mining or metal processing and all these other.
As long as it's so many parts per million, it's acceptable. You know, that's how Dow Chemical gets rid of their freaking nasty off stuff.
They keep changing where that line is.
Remember, there is a natural fluoride, calcium fluoride.
Yeah,
is a natural.
Well, that's different. That's not like the fluoride byproduct that's created from mixing chemicals.
That's a sodium fluoride, sodium silica fluoride. There's probably, I don't know how many.
I want to play my anions versus cations video. It's 22 minutes. I want to play it. I want you guys to watch it because you haven't seen it yet, and you need to see it.
Okay.
It's very important. Let's get that.
Okay,
I'm going to put it on right now. So then we can chat after.
Everybody go on mute now.
All right.
All right, folks. You know, I watched this video only once, and I usually watch them twice. So I'm gonna watch this one because I really only saw it once, I think, with Andy. And speaking of Andy, where is Andy tonight? All right, I'm gonna play it right now. Just 1 second here. Got to get it set up. Okay. Yeah. This video, you know, I researched it, and Andy helped me a lot with it. I really am grateful to you, Andy, for that. Thank you. Okay. This was supposed to be my presentation. Unfortunately, I was under the weather. I couldn't attend. Hello, my name is Greg J. Some of you may know me from my channel on YouTube. I am very happy to be able to give this presentation on the future of the electric universe and its impact on our daily lives. When it comes to the electric universe, the most important area of it to me that's near and dear to my heart is the medical health field. And that's why I want to talk to you about salt. Good salt versus bad salt. You might wonder, what does salt have to do with the electric universe? Allow me to try to explain. Now, most people, doctors included, think that salt is salt. That's not true. What is the difference in salt from the ocean, say, and salt deposited thousands of years ago, before the earth was contaminated? As you know, the human race is doing its best to contaminate the planet as much as they can. But Himalayan salt was deposited in the ground in the highest levels of the Himalayan mountains before the contamination was put there. The difference is it's much cleaner. One of the most important things in life are, one, of course, oxygen, and number two is water. It is essential for life. Some people, believe it or not, do not like water because they say it perhaps makes them swell up, or a good one is that it makes me go to the bathroom more. That is an indication that the water isn't getting through to the cells. It's very important for the water to get to the cells. And that is where the third most needed thing comes in: sodium. In nature, the highest element that has sodium is seawater. It contains 92 minerals. But unfortunately, when man gets salt from evaporated seawater, sodium chloride, it's bleached and aluminum is added to it. This is table salt, which is bad salt. They need the other 90 minerals to soften and balance them, and only through sodium can water enter the cell. In table salt, all of the trace minerals have been removed. Other chemicals are added so that it doesn't clump. Now, back in the 1970s, there was a rash of people getting goiters. I remember it well because my mom had one that had to be removed when I was very young.
Well, it turned out in research that people suffering from goiters were low in iodine. Now, body needs iodine as well for the thyroid to make thyroxine. So they decided to add iodine to table salt after it has been stripped of all its trace minerals that the body needs. When someone contracts high blood pressure, the first thing the doctor does is takes them off of salt, and rightfully so, because table salt does contribute to high blood pressure. Therein lies our dilemma. Now, one major indicator is body temperature. A body temp lower than 98.6 Fahrenheit or 37 degrees Celsius is a major indicator of a low level of iodine, which is needed in every one of our cells. It maintains proper body function and prevents some cancers, such as breast, prostate, and ovarian, plus proper blood flow, which is very important. It protects the kidneys and liver as well. Iodine is needed by all the body's cells. Though iodine was among one of the first nutrients recognized as vital to humans today, iodine deficiency affects a large portion of the population worldwide. Himalayan sea salt from the Himalayan mountains is the cleanest salt available. Now, it has 82 trace minerals that are vital for the body to operate without any deficiencies. Now, there have been studies on seawater. It has been found to be virtually identical to blood plasma. Just one trace element is important in the body. During World War II in the Pacific Islands, soldiers would receive a transfusion of seawater when blood was not available. It saved many lives. In fact, it is still used today in hospitals as a saline solution. You know, when they start people on an IV, that's saline solution. Salt is precisely what I understand it to be.
Hydrate the body.
But I want to tell you a story about a doctor. Well, there was a doctor named Dr. T.C. McDaniel, who at 56 years old was falling apart. He was pre-diabetic, he had heart issues, balance problems, his kidneys were an issue, and he needed to find a better way. Now, at this time, I'd like to bring to your attention a book that Dr. McDaniels wrote called Disease Reprieve. And he wrote this book after committing his life to finding out what was wrong with him. After going to a couple of specialists that offered him little to nothing, and by the way, his father died in his late 50s, he was so sick that he had to stop practicing and dedicate his life to researching. He ran into the work of a colloidal chemist named
Thomas Riddick,
who specialized in waste treatment. Colloidal chemistry is one type of substance suspended in another. In this case, the body. We have red blood cells that circulate O2. They carry out CO2, important to living. Under certain circumstances, they can clump together in a clot and cause all kinds of bad things, like heart attacks, debilitating to fatal. After having a heart attack in recovery, he found that the blood is a colloid and that they are charged with a minus charge. And now maybe you can see where I'm heading. The plot emerges. The blood is a colloid. Every cell has to maintain a certain electric charge. It requires an electric charge on the surface. It keeps the cells from colliding and clotting, much like planets and stars. In the body, it's called zeta potential. On the cell membranes are a negative charge. Red blood cells have iron in the core, much like the sun. Paramagnetism. Red blood cells, so if the negative charge is insufficient, then the iron cores will overcome the zeta potentials and join together to form a debilitating clot. This implies that the body, right down to the cells themselves, are minus electrically charged. The body needs to be charged with a 70 millivolts to maintain proper zeta potential. And a good indicator is body temperature. Now, Riddick decided to study the blood and developed a piece of equipment that measured the zeta potential. Large intakes of table salt is bad and can create something called cations. Now, these are the bad guys. Cations are positively charged. It can reduce the body's zeta potential. bad thing is, in an autopsy, they would never know what the real cause of death would be. They would attribute it to something else because the blood coagulates and it doesn't tell the full story. Antions recharge the blood. Cations reduce the charge. Riddick discovered this incredibly important information and went to cardiologists to inform them.
I don't know
of
why I
his
put a
finding,
T in there.
and they
It's
weren't the
anion.
slightest bit interested. That's par for the course. He was rejected by everyone he went to because the AMA has not educated themselves as to the electric nature of the body. They don't understand it. The Dr. T.C. McDaniel found out about this work from Riddick and reported it in his book, that zeta potential can be raised and maintained through proper diet, consuming good water with a higher pH level, which stands for power of hydration higher than 7.4. It turns out that Dr. McDaniels lived to the ripe old age of 102 years old, and he became very healthy. Our blood is a carrier of 12 basic cell salts. A lack of just one mineral of those cell salts is cause for every major disease. Common table salt is too coarse to enter the bloodstream. It causes the cells to swell. That is why doctors tell you to lay off of it when you have high blood pressure. Himalayan salt has 82 trace minerals, like I said. The minerals in food are very low due to poor soil, over farming, acid rain. Only through salt can the cells take in water. Exercise allows you to rebalance the electric field in your body and muscles. The Bible most truly states a chemical fact. Leviticus 17:11 states, for the following words, the life of the flesh is in the blood. So if your doctor has cut you off of salt, remember there is good salt and there is bad salt. But maintaining a good zeta potential through proper diet, good water, exercise, and good salt can maintain your zeta potential. There is also a product on the market called bioplasma, which has the 12 cell salts and is a good source. If only the Medical Association learned the value of the electric universe. It's essential to live. Brain cells shrink when there is a lack of water. It is needed at every step. The lungs need water. Lack of water in the lungs can restrict breathing. Dr. McDaniel wrote, it is indeed a sobering thought that with proper intake of a good quality water, high in pH and salts, it can assist us and help us live a longer, happy, healthy life. Also, Alzheimer's can be accelerated by a lack of water. Be not conformed by this world, but transformed by the renewal of the mind. If medical science is advancing, then why are so many people sicker than ever? Look into the science of personal longevity. His book, Disease Reprieve, Living into the Golden Years, illustrates the knowledge he uncovered and how he's put it into practice. He shows people how to eliminate many health problems in their life. This is knowledge which is not taught in medical school and is unlikely to be taught anywhere anytime soon. This is why Dr. McDaniel dedicated his life and resources to instruct physicians and inform the public. And I'm just carrying that forward because we know what that's like being a part of it. And what this is I see a good beginning to a great example. Here are just a couple more examples of electric healthcare. Robotic pills may soon replace conventional medicine. A company that holds 300 patents is responsible
Sometimes
for
the
over
medicine
20
is
medical devices.
too
Now
weak
this, one of the
because of
latest
the
creations,
stomach acid.
has the potential to radically
This
change
bypass.
the way we take medicine. As you see, it has a permanent magnet, an electromagnet, and this is electromagnetic, a robotic pill. And there's this little guy, an electric heart membrane. Currently, a new breakthrough has been successfully tested on a rabbit's heart. Removed from a dead rabbit, the membrane was made specifically for the rabbit's heart. And the process is illustrated in the images. The heart of the rabbit was scanned while it was still alive. A 3D model was created. The model was used as the mold to create the membrane. The membrane is less of a pacemaker and acts more like a synthetic pericardium. The circuits that can be seen in the image are actually a combination of sensors that constantly track the tissue's behavior and
electrodes that precisely relegate the movement of the heart's muscles through electrical stimulation, making a heart live longer by creating an electrical heart. And then there's this showstopper. The paper gives an account of the removal of a large erectile tumor from the neck of General Kilpatrick by the means of electricity. The general had been completely placed under the influence of ether. 4 large darning needles were inserted into the tumor, which was almost perfectly solid. The full force of the powerful electric battery was applied. In 30 minutes, the swelling began to disappear, and in 2 hours, during which the general was perfectly unconscious, it was entirely removed. And it happened more than once, but medical science didn't pursue that. Another reason why we need the electric universe in our paradigm. Can you even imagine where we would be today if an electric universe paradigm would have existed 100 years ago? Because it could have, but science just never let it have the light of day. The easy and steady, reliable, natural philosophy of an electric universe was bypassed in favor of one that was a fantasy universe of mathematicians that did exactly what Tesla said, built themselves a form of reality that had nothing to do with it. It's funny that people couldn't see that and stop in their tracks and reverse it. Instead, they had to carry on mesmerized. In cosmology, Big Bang physicist Paul Dirac once formulated his credo in the Scientific American. He said, "It is more important to have beauty in your equation than agreement with experiment." In geology, in the relatively recent period of chaos in the inner solar system, interplanetary electrical discharges shaped the surfaces of the planets, including Earth. And this goes ignored. In closing, I just wanted to share one thing that I agreed with that Carl Sagan said. He said the Earth viewed from space can be seen as an organism. Everyone should know an organism at war with itself is doomed. The entire universe can be seen as a living webbed circuit. We're all connected. There are no islands in space. Thank you. Thank you for watching. That's it, fella. Come back to you now. I want to hear your thoughts. So I'm going to turn you back on here. All right. What do you guys think? What do you think? What do you think of that, huh?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Wait a minute, let me shut off the sound.
Yeah, shut off your sound.
I'd like to say thank you for sharing that, brother.
Yeah.
It's part of what I'm attempting to do as well is to help reclaim the knowledge that we had. The true meaning of the word calorie. Mm-hmm. It's a unit of measurement of energy. Mm-hmm. But
yeah,
yes,
yeah,
very much for sharing that, brother.
Yeah, my pleasure. It's important.
Hey, Greg, eat, or you convert to eat.
Yes, Andy.
Can you hear me now, can you?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's good. I was trying to answer before, but for some reason, my voice part on voicemail on Discord wasn't working.
Andy,
I don't know when you were talking before.
I'd like you to meet Eric. Eric, Eric.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, that's Andy.
Hi, Eric.
Yeah.
Amazingly.
I'm introducing you.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Andy.
Usually I might be getting up in an hour, but
okay, go ahead, Andy. I'm listening. I'm sorry.
All right, what I was going to say was when you were talking before about the isotopes and all that, and then aluminum and that. Well, I'm not sure about now, but I know 20 years ago they were claiming that was one of the things that helped cause Alzheimer's disease in people. And then the other
Right,
thing
they
is
do change it.
You were talking about the ozone layer and that. Well, I can go back to people predicting back in the 1920s, and their argument was technically we're depleting our oxygen supply on the planet. So although it might still measure plenty of oxygen where you and I are standing or sitting, it's not as
Wait a minute. I've done testing on that. Oxygen levels.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
is it still 21%? Yeah.
Yeah.
No. It's 20.9 at sea level. That's what it's supposed to be, and that's what it's been for all the decades I've ran the test.
Well, I was only a 10th.
Now, yeah, I did 10th. Okay, but what I found was about 4 years ago. I started running some tests, and what I found is that it was fluctuating. Now, here's the problem with oxygen testing, even with good instruments, is that, like, whether I'm testing for nuclear isotopes or whatever, you have to have a sample. Now, your combustion analyzers test they zero against the atmosphere, right? So it automatically says, okay, when you turn it on and it goes for a few seconds, it says the atmosphere is 20.9, and then you stick it in a boiler smokestack. But if the oxygen is lower, let's say it's 20.3, then you don't have a good 0 point. You understand? So I own the equipment for testing that. And I called the company and I said, because they would give me canisters, and I'd say, okay, where do you get the atmospheric calibration point from? And they said, well, from the air. I says, well, what if the air isn't 20.9%? I have these other instruments that are fluctuating from like 18.5, 18.9, 19 point something. So it's dropping because now when my instruments were factory calibrated, they would be 20.9. Then they would drop down, and then they would go back to 20.9, which is the true 0 point.
Yeah. That's what will happen. There will be some catastrophic change, and a new species will arrive.
Yeah.
Same thing that happened to the old one.
I don't know if it's... Yeah. Now, at least 50% of the world's oxygen comes from sea plankton, the top 30 feet of sea level.
Yeah.
The plankton, not the trees. We got plenty of trees.
And we've been destroying plankton. We've been destroying plankton at a massive rate.
Algae.
Well, not only are we're destroying plankton, but we're also cutting down trees to make room for more humans and more things, buildings, housing, etc. So we're destroying both.
We're presiding over our own extinction.
Right. The main thing I'm concerned with is the Pacific plankton, because like I was talking about with the nuclear shit, we got 3 melted cores at 1,200 pounds a piece. 15 million pounds. 15 million pounds of spent fuel that got blown out of the tops, and it's killing the plankton.
Okay, I have another question. And you probably aren't old enough to remember this, but I only know this information because of where my husband worked. We had in Detroit a nuclear meltdown of sorts in one of the Fermi plants.
Oh, yeah, south of Detroit. That's right.
Yes.
That is correct.
Yes. I'm aware.
Oh, yeah, I can go into that. Believe me, I talk to, like, everybody.
Okay,
Man,
so I'm
I
glad
always
you
get the
have
creeps
knowledge.
around them towers, man. I never liked it.
The nuclear plants, we actually have 3 active ones in Michigan, and they're all on fresh water.
Yeah, I get the creeps.
That's right. And now, do you know what keeps
There's something ominous.
the radiation contained in the plant? It's the layers of water.
And lead.
Not lead, no. I thought that
lead.
at one time.
No, there
there's
is lead. There's
Right,
lead.
there's lead, but
My husband did work in Fermi.
right. But that's not what keeps it in the plant. That's not what keeps it there. Heavy water. See,
I'm your huckleberry.
These isotopes bond to water and they stay there. You understand?
Oh, yeah. You really want to get into it, figure out what's going on over across the St. Clair River in Canada. Have fun with that one.
They were going to put a dump right on Lake Michigan. I think that got beaten. But anyways, all nuclear power plants leak.
Yes.
They all emit.
And pretty much all of them are located on water frontage.
Right. And it all gets in the water. It all gets in the air. They have heat exchangers. To cool and condense the steam water. Basically, how those plants work is the fuel burns or boils water up to high pressure steam, and it drives a turbine that turns an electric generator. That's how they work.
It heats water. It's steam power. If people would recognize
and then they have to condense it.
Yep.
And then that's why you have those big towers, or they're sitting on, oceans or lakes like Lake Erie or whatever, to condense water.
Hey, let me ask you a question. When they decommission one of those places, what do they do? How do they shut it down, and how long does it take to actually shut down?
You can shut it down within days, but to decommission, it could take decades. The spent fuel can never be non-lethal. Do you understand?
They bury it underground in lead containers.
That's crazy.
But it always has to be vented.
I mean,
wait a minute. It always has to be vented. You can't just put it in a casting and bury it.
Isn't it true that they could have chose a safer radioactive method, but they chose the one that was more, gave off more refuse, because it was cheaper. It was
Let's told it was the byproduct.
First thing,
yes, byproduct.
You have to understand. Wait a minute. You have to first understand the purpose of a nuclear power plant, and that's the creation of plutonium.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, no nuclear power plant has ever made a profit off of electricity, because it would take it takes millions to build it,
with millions of people paying their electric bill, $200 a month.
Yeah,
they should be rolling in money.
That is correct. You wouldn't believe what. You know what? To create.
Remember when you played Monopoly?
Wait a minute. You have to mine 300 train car loads of uranium ore to get a gram of burnable uranium fuel. Think about that. 300 train car loads to get a gram, right? So you literally have to dig up mountains to power one of these things for a year.
Now,
and then you're dealing with, after decades of storing this fuel in these Mark III reactors, you got millions of pounds of spent fuel that lasts maybe 6 or 8 months or a year at the most. Now you got to store these things in heavy water in these pools for 15 years, right?
Yeah.
And then you can put them into dry cast that you have to vent. So every reactor is never done. And then it's never non-radioactive. And when they say it goes through the half-lives, bullshit. Because when these elements break down into other elements that never existed before and are more radioactive and have millions of years of more half-lives, you're dealing with this shit forever.
Yeah.
And that's what went into the Pacific. And I'm picking it up right here today, tonight, on these instruments, in the rain, in the food, and everything else. I've been testing food and rain and water and everything, and we're all eating it.
And now we're being pushed towards lithium.
Lithium. Sure.
Lithium ion batteries, battery operated cars.
It's crazy.
They're about to put that crap all up in through St. Clair County too.
And they've got no way of
Yeah. And the funny thing about these cars, they're and the nuclear power, you need 2 fossil fuel plants just to power a nuclear reactor. Nuclear power plants don't even power themselves. You need 2 fossil fuel plants just to power the nuclear power plant.
Eric, you don't know about the SAFIRE project, do you?
The what?
The SAFIRE project. They actually recreated.
I've heard of it. What is that?
They recreated the sun in the laboratory. And it gives off 1,200% more power than it takes in. And they got, like, how much money was it they got, Andy? And they were like, we're not going to make it a power plant. We're going to have you clean up radioactive waste with the sun.
Yeah, they wanted 10 million, and they got 50 in the first round, and they've done another one since, and that's what the investors see in it. Is it's got the ability to basically, what do they call it? Transmute the waste back into an inert product again.
I think
Basically,
I have
so-
something.
I thought about the nuclear waste. I don't know if you can put Humpty Dumpty back together again, because the energy,
The damage has already been done.
No,
right?
Can I explain a little bit of what we know?
Mm-hmm.
So it's an anode, a cathode,
Mm-hmm.
and they've played around with all
I
different
have something I'm looking for.
variances of hydrogen gases,
Mm-hmm.
right? And that's what's allowed at the end of on the chamber. They've came across all these different elements in the chamber after they've done these tests. Now, apparently, one of the big ones they get is manganese. So that's what I know at the moment.
So it could potentially.
You know what? I've heard of these things. I can't comment on things I don't.
I'm gonna
like,
show something
know.
that I have on the SAFIRE project, so it'll give you an idea of what we're talking about.
Real quick, though, I have a question. It could potentially prevent future radioactive events from happening.
We don't need a future radioactive event. The one I'm testing for That's the last one.
No,
That's
no,
it.
Already got one.
I'm talking more to, I think it's Grouch.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Okay.
what they found in the
okay.
SAFIRE project is that it can potentially prevent and make inert nuclear waste in the future, where I understand where Gar is coming from, that the nuclear waste that has happened in the past, we really can't put Humpty Dumpty back together again because it's infiltrated everything already.
Yeah.
Right. And here's the point everybody might be missing.
I understand.
This thing is still going. Yeah.
Yeah.
I found.
Go, Gar.
It's still going. It's still dumping.
Yes.
And it's never going to stop. I have ideas. Now, I've worked in defense contracting for years, and I've talked to people in Washington, and I'd say, hey, here's the problem. Here's something to at least slow the damn thing down. And do you think I'd get an ear?
No.
No, not at all.
No.
They don't. No, they don't give a shit.
No money in it for them.
No, they don't know. They're dopes.
No money.
We hired a bunch of dopes.
Yeah, it's.
We hired a bunch of dopes to run the world.
Yep. The patients
Dope.
are running the
You'll
asylum.
get no argument from me on that one. But what I'm getting at is I understand both sides of the coin. Like, if we have something that we can put in the nuclear plants to make current uranium that's being used as fuel inert, it would at least slow down the progression. But at the same time, we can't put things back together that have already occurred.
That's true.
Well, what they're claiming.
Okay. Yeah. Greg, go ahead.
Yeah. What SAFIRE's claiming is that the nuclear waste that we now have stored, right, they will be able to make it inert. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to turn.
How do you do that?
Uranium, but what their argument is, they could turn it back to dirt, basically, elementarily change it.
Yeah, transmute it to base elements.
Yes.
You have to watch. It's difficult.
It is sort of makes you think about what is happening on the sun. But on the sun, this guy that's falling is pushing back like crazy on the one that he just came away from, and he's moving back. It's going to increase in strength, and the plasma tufts are going to go into the arc mode. You will see the photosphere. There they are. They don't like each other. It's like a bunch of kabuki warriors pushing each other away. They're all positive, and they're all looking for advantage and not finding it. You might hear Monty's voice in the background if they have the audio on. He's increased the current. The tufts have begun to go into this. I know whether it's a high glow mode or that's arc mode. You can see now, it's a better model, that you can see the sunspots. Sunspots are where there are no tufts. There's something that he's got the excitation such that it looks like the chromosphere.
Recreated into the forest.
That little black thing in the bottom, I guess, Michael can tell me whether, is that the spectroscopic probe or it's a probe of some sort. There's the corona. The ring around the outside is the cathode. And of course, in the SAFIRE model, you need a cathode. But in real space, of course, the cathode is a virtual cathode. But there's the corona. The reason that the corona there looks like it's only on one side is because the anode is closer to the cathode on that spot where you get the corona. If it were equally spaced, you'd see the corona all the way around.
I believe any lasting contribution of the SAFIRE project is going to be in its raw data and hard empirical evidence. Correlating the data from SAFIRE with the latest data from deep space is not as straightforward as it might sound. The Herschel and Planck millimeter telescopes have sent back new images of our galaxy's interstellar medium that have many in the astronomical community reeling. It is as if you're riding along and someone pulls a wheel off your bicycle. We are struggling to make sense of this data. It simply does not fit with our previous theories. The previous theories need to be abandoned or severely modified. I think we might need new models. Empirical science requires rigorous adherence to strict rules of process and discovery.
Saturn, in the earthly auroras. And critically, it is obvious at the North Pole of Jupiter, where one can see at least 15 counter-rotating cylinders. We asked Dr. Scott for his interpretation of the mysterious electron acceleration in the Jovian aurora.
When you think about it, Birkeland finally, many years after the poor man died, his work was absolutely substantiated by the probes that we sent up into the Earth's atmosphere, upper atmosphere. Birkeland was right that the Earth's auroras were indeed caused by electrical particles, charged particles coming from the sun. Everybody knows that now, but this idea of spiraling, the twisting of magnetic flux ropes that twist like ropes, question I should think that they would be asking themselves, and apparently it has never occurred to them to do that, is why is the twist? What causes the twist? Everything in the sky twists. I mean, galaxies rotate, planets rotate, the sun rotates, everything twists, moves, but nothing sits still. Nothing flows like water in a pipe, just straight. Everything is twisting. Everything is in tornadic kind of movement. And why? I would submit, according to the model that I developed, that is the basic, fundamental property of a Birkeland current is this twisting, this counter-rotation. And that's where all of these motions come from. Apparently, they have observed electric fields out there. Mention of the word voltage, and we're talking about, and they actually put in here 400,000 electron volts, and they said electrons are accelerated in the Jovian atmosphere at energies up to 400,000 electron volts. Well, if it's an electron, that means it's gone through a voltage drop of 400,000 volts. That is a whale of a voltage. I remember being completely laughed at by certain astronomers who have attended our conferences in the past, and, oh, there's nothing, no voltage like that out there. I mean, where's the battery? You can't have, where'd you get a battery of 400,000 volts? Well, and now all of a sudden they see it. And now they're mystified, and had they listened to us and been more cooperative with us maybe years ago, more than just the 2 or 3 years since I published this model, but in years prior to that, and they would have maybe not been quite as surprised as they are. I mean, everybody should realize that the way you get charged particles, for example, the prime candidate, an electron, to accelerate is to put it in an electric field. We put it through a voltage drop. By definition, a voltage is a measure of the potential, the electrical potential energy a positive particle has at a certain point in space. So if you say the voltage at this point is 400,000 volts, that means it's just like a billiard ball or a bowling ball sitting on top of a 400,000 foot mountain. Okay, so now all of a sudden the bowling ball rolls down the mountain. By the time it gets to the bottom of the mountain and has fallen through that distance, man, is it moving. It converts its potential energy, which is voltage, into kinetic energy, which is 1/2 mv squared, 1/2 the mass times the velocity squared. So that even though it's velocity squared, that's still a pretty high velocity. So that's where they're getting these tremendous velocities from. And I think their problem is they don't know where the voltage comes from. I realize, and I think everybody who's interested in plasma cosmology realizes, that strong, very, very strong cosmic currents come not from a battery. There is no 400,000 volt battery out there in space. What there is an induction process when a conductor, and for the word conductor, substitute plasma, because plasma is a very, very good conductor. When a column of plasma moves through a magnetic field, or a magnetic field moves across a plasma, it's like this relative motion between plasma and a magnetic field, you will induce a current. And given the magnificent size of these astronomical size of some of these magnetic fields and these plasma fields out there, when a column of plasma moves through a magnetic field or a magnetic field
All right,
moves
Eric.
across the plasma.
I went a little bit past. Sorry, he's talking about something else, but the very beginning there was the SAFIRE project, and what they did is they took an aluminum kind of like ball, iron ball, and they put a cathode and an anode, and then I don't know how they activated it, but somehow they did, and what they did was they recreated the sun, because the sun is not nuclear core fueled. That's a ridiculous story of burning hydrogen, and in 5 billion years it's going to deplete all of its hydrogen. That's all crap. The electrons have been detected flowing into the solar system from Voyager, so. I mean, I just
right now remember, atomic weight is determined by the number of electrons in the atom. Mm-hmm. So they have weight. Electrical anything is not antimatter. It has weight because that's what determines. On the periodic chart of elements.
That's right.
The
that's
atomic
correct.
weight, like lead or gold or anything else.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you consider something the size of the sun,
mm-hmm.
the gravity, it may be a fusion nuclear process. Everything is nuclear.
On
it's
the
just
surface. Fission is going on the surface. Is what they're saying. That's basically plasma in arc mode. There's three different modes for plasma. There's dark mode, there's light mode, and there's arc mode. And stars like the sun are in arc mode. Like something like a red dwarf is, I understand it to be like in just glow mode. That's what it is. It's glow mode. So, like the sun's got that extra voltage that puts it over the top, so fission does happen on the surface. And that's those little granules that, like he said, like kabuki warriors fighting each other. That's a nuclear process going on the surface of the sun, and the core of the sun is iron, just like blood cells. I think that's pretty freaky.
Well, like Earth, which is smaller, there's less gravity, but there's enough, energy from the gravity, which is an energy that a lot of people don't understand, or maybe nobody understands.
I'll tell you what, I think gravity is a byproduct of an electrical dipolar effect. So is magnetism. It's a byproduct of electricity. Now, there's people who argue that it's not. I think it is, but I could be wrong because I'm just a layman after all. I'm not a scientist. But
yeah, most of my instruments measure different types of electricity.
Mm-hmm.
Amperage.
Yep.
They're just fields. I can put a clamp around a wire with rubber on it, and I can tell how much is going through the wire without even touching the metal.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I can identify the isotopes by the kilo electron voltage that's flying out of it without even touching it, out of your food, out of the rain. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
So
if you just take an EMF meter wherever you're sitting,
I have one of those.
Engage it, you're getting electricity right there from some source. Now they got these smart meters with Edison and all that. That's just more EMF waves going through our bodies.
Yeah, I could
5G.
talk a lot about that because I have
Someone
that stuff.
mentioned something about a shielding room. Have you ever thought about making a shielding room? That sounds intriguing to me. I want to look more into that.
Well,
like build a room with or an area, maybe not a whole room, but like what do they call it? Faraday cage.
Let me
elaborate. I'm gonna get a coffee. Elaborate.
Faraday cage. Let me simplify this a little bit. Is anybody else listening, or is it just me and you?
Well, I don't know, but there's a bunch of folks listening on the live stream, so just have at it.
Okay. All right. Now, I had a phone go dead, like I told you a few weeks back, and I would put on my Bluetooth, and I got a new phone, and then I would walk out of the house, and this like dead phone, no screen, no nothing, would say, phone 2 disconnected. So I thought, okay, this phone with a dead screen, hasn't been on a charger, it's been sitting there for days, just dropped off my Bluetooth, right? So when I buy circuit boards and microprocessors for equipment, they come in these plastic, like metallic lined, bags, right? So I put the old phone in the bag, and then it goes, phone 2 disconnected. So I got my new phone connected. I put it in this, you could call it a Faraday cage. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Anything that'll block out a microwave signal, which is what your phone is. And yeah, so true story. But we're getting blasted with these. Now, microwaves are different than the electrical fields and your wiring in your house. Now, I got these things in my house that drag all that dirty electricity off and throw it to ground. I have meters for testing that. I have EMF meters. I have to get up by cell phone towers sometimes, right? The safe limit is 1,000 megahertz or like 1,000 or whatever. I go up by the cell phone tower, it's 70, 80,000 megahertz. I say, shut it off. And then the cell phone company comes in. Oh yeah, there's no problem here. And I say, no, look at mine, because I buy the good stuff. And I say, look at this. Oh shit. Your microwave, there's no such thing as a microwave oven that don't leak. They're illegal in Russia. I know, I've been there. There's no microwave ovens in Russia that I know of. And because they're not good for you. It's like Stalin killed 20 million of his own people, blah, blah, blah. You go over there, they don't. I mean, they might send you to clean up Chernobyl or something, but.
So my question to you is, what sends it to ground? Your EMFs.
Not the EMFs, the
radioactive
voltage. It's called green wave.
Okay.
Dirty electricity, right? It's when you look at your plug where you like plug in your refrigerator or lamp or whatever, you'll notice there's 3 plugs. There's a hot, a neutral, and a ground.
Right.
The neutral and the ground are typically tied together in your electrical panel, and they're supposed to be grounded like with a ground stake, or at least minimum off of the telephone pole. So it takes these fields, and it takes it takes anything that isn't like 60 hertz or 120 volts, and it throws it back into the ground wire and the neutral wire back to the transformer, preferably into the ground if you have a good ground stake. And there's a meter for checking that. There's a measurement for checking that. Now, generators are, like if you have a like gas generator you power your house with or whatever, those are notorious for throwing these waves off. You think as electricity is running through the wire, it doesn't. It runs around the outside of it and it throws it off the side through the drywall and everything else. Now, when I take that is like your standard house is 220 volts. Your plug is 110 on one side of the 220.
Mm-hmm.
So this green wave, and I got about 6 of them in here, that grabs the bad electricity and then shoves it back into the ground.
So is it something kind of like an Orgone pyramid?
Orgone pyramid, I don't know about. It's just an electronic device.
Okay, the Orgone pyramids are for EMF protection.
All right, now EMF is different. Now, electromagnetic frequencies are different.
You know, the pyramid structure itself gives healing from EMF. Just the pyramid structure, just being inside one.
Well, I'm speaking more of like decorative. They're decorative items for the most part.
I have one too. I have an Oregon necklace.
I have a couple of pyramids in my house near things that would emit EMFs. My smart television, my microwave, things like that. I have one right on top of my microwave.
Wait a minute. Yeah, your microwaves emit microwaves. Salt lamps, I don't know about. I've seen
I have some salt lamps too.
I heard they're good.
They give off negative ions when they're warmed up. That's why there's a light in them.
Yeah, okay. And they bind with.
Now, let me tell you about negative ions. There was this cat, probably one of the most well-known talk show hosts. I don't want to name him. You know, I want to save everybody from lawsuits. He says, this is the twin negative ion thing that'll protect you from, cell phone radiation, right? So I put the thing under my Geiger counter and it buries it, right? So I put it up.
Yes, I heard you.
Yeah. So I put it in the spectrometer and like 200 of it was just the cesium-137. You could see it right in the spectrum. Remember, I was talking about things. The Geiger counter doesn't identify things. It'll tell you inefficiently if there's a problem. It's a big problem, but the spectrometer, the gamma spectrometer, is a lot more sensitive and it identifies things. But this guy's selling these necklaces that are like 3,000 counts per minute on the Geiger counter.
The necklace itself is contaminated.
Necklace itself. Yeah, it's made out of nuclear waste.
Yeah, you have to really be careful what you're
doing. And I got one from my brother. And he says, oh, yeah, I got this thing. I says, well, let me test it. So it ran over 500 counts per minute on the Geiger counter just on one side.
Yeah.
And I says, you don't want this around your neck.
I wear hematite.
Sorry.
If you wear a crystal like hematite or agate or what's the one? Amethyst. That stuff has I would think it protects you from EMF. I don't know if that's true.
Metaphysical properties. Actually, copper is one of the best protectors, and black tourmaline from EMF.
Copper, copper screens.
Tourmaline, that's it.
It's like I was talking about the foil bag I buy microprocessors in. If you put copper screening under all your drywall, you probably wouldn't be able to talk on your cell phone.
Isn't it interesting that crystals are what make transistors work?
That's interesting.
They've recently found evidence in Egypt. They found it was like 3,000 or 4,000 years old. They dug up this. It was a pure copper, like trident, and wire, bronze wire that was wrapped up, and a row of crystals. It looks as though they had radio. This evidence is. They were talking to somebody.
Well, quartz is in most of your watches.
Yeah.
Utilize quartz.
Not mine. Because I have one of those ones that has this. I have a Swiss watch, and it's self-winding. You know, you turn your watch. You know, you move your wrist, and the thing swings around. I got tired of batteries going dead.
But what made the transistor is actually work is the crystal inside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it has now. The Swiss watch has a crystal glass on it. And I noticed that thing don't scratch like all the other watches I had my whole life. So, you know, you get what you pay for.
When my dad was
a crystal powered watch, it's recharges in the sun or white light.
Actually, I'm looking at it right now. I just hung it up. It was a Citizen watch. Yeah, those are good. The batteries don't go dead, but the problem is that, like, if I go blow off 50 calibers or 12 gauges or 45 handguns, the movements all blew apart in it. You know, the thing would start spinning around. You know what I mean? And then it would go dead. The hands would fall off. So I thought, well, I'll just buy a Swiss watch. I bought 2 of them. And actually, the one fell apart, so I better take it off during the military shit.
Yeah, I've been called. Everyone that I know calls me that hippy dippy crystal witch. Love crystals. I have crystals all over.
Yeah, crystals are cool. I heard someone actually state in a video. I don't know how true it is, but to some degree, crystals are conscious.
They have metaphysical properties that I firmly believe in.
They're alive. They grow, you know.
Yeah.
In left-hand threaded fashion, if you're in the mineralogy, that's what I was taught. But I was also taught a bunch of stuff I don't believe. Also in geology. You know, the simple basics, the sedimentary, metamorphic, and igneous. Well, the time that I was taught for some of these things to form don't add up.
Go into that.
Well, it doesn't add up. Well, there's different isotopes like we speak of. The half-lives.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, polonium-218. That's a half-life of 3 minutes. That's found in mica and fluorite. Is indicative of formation of a lot of stuff within 3 minutes. But that's only if that's a constant. If a variable doesn't change that, because I don't believe in constants anymore. Even decay rates, I think there are variables that alter that.
Of course.
I think so. Like an atomic clock, you know, which is supposed to keep the most perfect time. Like
half-life of cesium. Yeah. What's that? That's 0.99 of second back then when it was altered in the 70s to, let's see, all units of measurement have been altered. The last one was in 2018. Officially, the last one fell was the kilogram, where they had kept the 6 sisters in the solid cylinder forms. But anyway, just keeping that in mind, like when you go back and look at other people's work in the past, all units of measurement have been altered. And you can trace this back. I mean, we have to add leap seconds and shit, man. It's really gone awry. Time been altered, everything. Yeah.
Which makes sense. When I was in Florida in 2011, after that big earthquake, they said the axis, flipped 4 degrees. So they had, in Pampa, they had to change the degrees on the runways because the earth went off after the earthquake. 4 degrees. So when I got back to Michigan, there was this one road out, back when I was in the Boy Scouts, I remembered with the Scoutmaster, this road was 13 degrees. So I thought, well, okay, I'll check it just to see if they're full of baloney. And it wasn't off 4 degrees, it was off 8 degrees when I went back to that. So the earth did go off. It did go off.
Yeah, it led me to questioning things like what we call angular momentum in physics.
Being out.
Okay. Or tilt and wobble, etc.
Even ancient mariners, with sailing ships, because of the wobble, like you're talking about, they would have to keep records of, like, if they were traveling across from one island or continent, from Europe to the United States or whatever. Yeah, they would have to keep track because of the wobble of the degrees. Yep.
Man, my internal tilt and wobble is off.
Yeah, mine's always off.
Only slightly slanted, dear.
Slightly slanted.
I am so clumsy. I am so clumsy that there's no explanation for it. I'm just that far off. Everyone laughs at me. They're like, you are the clumsiest person I have ever met in my life.
You're just careening through the universe with your axis on a tilt. You're okay.
Basically, I just took a tumble earlier this week and screwed up my...
Yeah, we're all doing that.
So you're in a series of not so controlled falling when you're walking.
I am. It's definitely not a series of controlled falls.
I got the sound off while I'm looking
Valerie,
at the videos there.
Listen to a song by Third Eye Blind called Motorcycle Drive-By.
Yep.
Heard it. Yeah, it's a good song. You remind me. The song. You remind me of that song.
Me?
Yeah, it's a good song.
I remind you of that song?
Yeah. Well, it's like when you said you're slightly tilted, because he says that in the lyrics. You just reminded me of that song.
Yeah, I'm just like,
that's not Felix the Cat, is it?
Absolutely. And his magic bag of tricks.
It is Felix the Cat.
I love Felix the Cat.
Hey,
I was a Felix the Cat freak
then,
when I was a kid.
Because I remember Felix the Cat, the wonderful
Professor
cat. He reaches into his bag and pulls out a trick or whatever.
I don't know. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, it was so fun.
Felix the cat, is it? Absolutely. Magic bag of tricks.
It's Felix the cat.
I love Felix the cat.
I'm a Felix the cat freak.
Wonderful cat. He reaches into his bag of tricks and gets a thing. Goes through his bag of tricks and gets a thing. I don't remember the song.
Professor Rockbottom. He was always up to no good. Now he's a leader. He's a world leader now.
He's the world leader. Yeah, he runs the banking system. He's got a bag of cash for illegal immigrants.
He's got his magic bag.
Oh, speaking of that, I've been through that. You know what they're talking about with that.
No, shoot.
Yeah.
Before we wrap it up and get back to videos, I know you guys are going to be crashing. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, Eric. What time do you got to get up tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, probably never.
You need to turn your sound off. It's starting to.
Oh, I just did. Yeah. Once I saw the Felix the cat thing, I had to turn the sound on.
Yeah. Hey, what do you think about getting together with David? Maybe sometime, I don't know, either next weekend or something. I have my daughter this weekend, but next weekend I think I don't have her, so I'd like to.
How old are your kids now?
Give Matt a call. Oh, Nate, he's 18, and Livy's 20.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, Tiffany's like 36.
My babies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just had a grandkid turn 16.
Isn't that
not that long ago?
Fast. I mean, just so fast they grow.
Well, I had kids real young. I was born pregnant.
You know, I remember my mom telling me when I was 43, Greg Jr. is probably the only kid you'll have, so be good to him. I said, I will, Mom. And what little did I know that I was going to meet someone and have 2 kids with her. And it went by like a blur.
Oh, you just made me sad.
What?
You just made me sad talking about your mom.
Oh, yeah, well, you know, I mean, she was awesome. I miss her.
She certainly was.
I miss her every single day, you know, but I remember.
I remember you, Ma.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah, that was over her place.
When she was dying, that 6 weeks in the hospital, she was braver than I was. I was freaking a mess. And she was like, you gotta.
She must have been a believer.
Don't
Wait a minute.
cry for me. I'm like, Ma, I can't help it. What am I going to do without you?
Yeah.
You know, she's like, well, you're going to carry on with your life. I said, okay, well. That was the hardest.
Yeah, that makes me sad.
The hardest thing I ever had to go through, other than my divorce.
Greg, only believers in Christ.
Oh, she was
go into passing on with no problem.
No problem at all. She was staunch. I mean,
People because they know where they're going. She went to heaven.
Oh, absolutely.
So she knew where she was going.
Not only that, Eric, but I honestly believe that before she went to heaven, she pulled some strings and got me 2 more kids because she knew how badly I wanted them. I think she had some pull. What do you think? What do you think of this? What do you think of it? Our children are actually our parents reincarnated?
No.
Well, mine aren't, because my parents are both still alive.
Okay, so that wouldn't be. Okay, but is it possible?
3 generations.
Is it possible? We don't
Your
know.
grandparents.
Grandparents.
Well, one of the things I found is
some dude. I don't mean to interrupt you, Eric.
Certain things are passed down.
Because
a lot more than you think.
I heard souls hang out in groups. There's soul groups of people who are living at the same time on Earth, and there's other people who are living at a different time. and they may have the job of looking out for that person in the world, like their guardian angel, something like to that effect. Because I do believe. I do believe there's a spirit world.
My
there's no question about it. I know it because I've been there.
My personal
Of course,
experience is a little different. My daughter I found out I was pregnant with my youngest less than a month after my grandfather passed away. And she remembers him as clear as day. She will tell you that he held her in heaven.
Oh yeah, I've watched a few reincarnation documentaries and stuff, and it's just it'll make the hair on your arm stand up, man. Like, little girl was riding in the car with her mom, and the little girl didn't know it, but the mom had a daughter that lived to be 2 or 3 and was killed getting run over by a bus. And her second daughter that she had after that daughter, where she was driving past the cemetery where her 2 or 3-year-old was buried, and she goes, "Hi, Mama, that's where I was buried."
Wow. I don't believe that my daughter is a reincarnate of my grandfather, but
that's pretty crazy.
I think
what you do have, what you do have, is cell memory that can actually pass through your ancestors. You know, you think of as an egg or a sperm or something that's really small. It can carry more than you think. I know that.
What about poltergeist?
Like with my kid, because my kid's like a clone of my daughter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And she would say things that I used to say when I was a kid that I never told her. And then my parents would be freaking out. You know, so there is a cell memory, at least, besides the spiritual. You know, we'll never know all of it here. But those things, you do pass those things on, and there is the spiritual.
A spirit could
you know,
be sitting right next to you,
most likely.
You don't even know it.
What's that?
A spirit could be sitting right next to you and observing you.
I'm saying them. But usually the ones I see are like the bad ones. Really?
Does your guardian angel
ever? I'm a bad guy. It's just, you know, maybe they're trying to get at me and they can't.
I've had dreams. This is crazy, because I've had these dreams that these monsters chase me in my dream, and they're throwing these pipes at me, like they're sharp they're spears, but they're made out of like iron. Okay, and they throw them at me, and every time I escape, you know. And I thought, wonder if they got me one time, you know. But sometimes I can realize that I'm dreaming in my dreams and go, hold on a second, this is my dream. All of a sudden, I'm a badass dude that can kung fu hundreds of people. I'm impregnable because it's my dream. Have you ever done that? Can you control your dreams?
Absolutely.
It's awesome, isn't it? To be flying.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I love that.
I've had futuristic ones.
Well, you know,
many.
I always know I'm dreaming. I know it's not real.
Yeah. When they show up in the real world weeks or days or months in advance, after you've had them, you know, that's what a lot of the Bible is people would have, you know, their prophecies on a lot of them were dreams. And it actually says in the New Testament that people will have them. I haven't had any recently, but oh yeah, They're absolute.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're absolute.
But, yeah, most things that exist probably came about as the result from a dream.
A lot of them did.
Dreams lead to theories.
Yeah.
So, Greg.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Eric, on the original question posed, would there be other planets or locations that would have life forms? Possibly is. Could we go and live there? Possibly not, because again, electrically and frequency, we probably wouldn't fit. This is this is our little home here.
Yep.
Wherever we go, it has to be.
That's right.
Be in tune with Earth.
It's poisoned.
So back to the original question, we've got to be in tune with whatever we're at. You know, you can look over the fence.
Correct. Yeah.
The grass
absolutely.
Yeah, the grass on the other side of the fence may not be as sweet as it looks.
That's right. Yeah, we're given this one. We were supposed to be the stewards of this one.
Yes.
That authority was given to us by our creator to be the stewards of it.
Yes.
And we put dummy dopes and evil demons in charge of it.
Evil doers.
Mm-hmm. Evil doers.
Evil demons.
Evil doers.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Yes.
So doers and demons, you know, that's why I'm telling you about the scientific testing I've done, and then talking about solutions. But other places, we don't know that. I've seen the ships personally. They can go to the moon and back in a few minutes or an hour or two. I've seen them myself. Now think about it. The last technological advancement in aviation that was brought to the public, back in 1980 or whatever, was the stealth bomber. Okay, great plane. But do you think they quit working on things and advancing things 42 years ago? That's 42 years ago.
Shit, they got a TR-3B
the F-35, that's not an upgrade.
That's just a big waste of money. They got the TR-3B, and they pretend that they don't have it. It's electrogravitically powered nuclear.
Yeah, there's ion engine run things. I've seen these things. It's just like, I go look at my guitar or saxophone. Okay, I know it's there. I've seen these things. Mm. What are they doing with it? Well, it's not for us. It's our money that's paying for it.
It reminds me, I have a black triangle.
They don't give a shit about this place. I don't know. Most of these politicians, they think they're going to get a luxury hole in the ground. They think they're going to get a luxury hole in the ground.
Mm. Yeah, and there's a little bunker. They've got cities under the ground. 7 levels down.
You know what? Psychiatrists have said once these people go in there and get locked up, 3/4 of them will commit suicide within a couple of months.
Yeah, I know. People can't live under
I'd rather be dead up. Yeah, I'd rather be dead on the top and, going to heaven or something.
Yeah.
But that's where they're headed. I know it.
Yeah,
they run these plants, and then none of them want solutions for that.
The worst thing about the end days is they never are.
They never are. Yeah, one of the worst things about the end days is they never are.
They never are.
Sure. I mean, yeah.
I'm trying to find something I have on black triangles. You guys go ahead and keep rapping. Hey, I said
I sense a little bit of
just gonna rap a little while. Go ahead.
I sense a little bit of a government, and I hate to say conspiracy theory, because I believe that every conspiracy theory is rooted in truth.
Oh, absolutely.
But Eric, I sense a little bit of government conspiracy theory stuff going on in your head.
Oh, it's not. There's
It's
nothing
not theory.
conspiracy theory.
I don't
There's
deal in
nothing
theory.
about
I
it.
only deal in absolutes.
After my lecture,
Yeah, there's no theories.
I hate to say conspiracy theory because, like I said, I
It
believe that
becomes
they're
conspiracy fact.
they're all rooted in truth. I believe that the human error has made some of them more than what they are. Like, for example,
Everything is wrong.
That one specific letter conspiracy group, and I believe you're familiar with who I'm referring to. There's a large conspiracy group built out around a person, quote unquote, that goes by only one letter.
That's strange. I don't know who that would be.
It comes after the letter P.
You're gonna make me say my ABCs. QRS.
No, this I don't want to get you banned from YouTube, or get you in trouble. But there is a whole group of people that follow this fictitious or real person.
Okay.
Whether
I got it. It's cool. So what about that?
So I think human error and human interpretation, much like the Bible, has perverted and screwed it up so many times that a lot of people have just chalked it up to a complete conspiracy theory.
Most people don't care. They just do whatever the mainstream media tells them.
Well, I don't pay attention to that at all.
You know, like the whole
and I also believe that anyone with any knowledge of something of that magnitude would not be sharing it either.
What? Like what?
An overturn of the entire world government, etc., etc. I don't believe that anyone would share any inside information about that unless it was to misdirect.
No, I don't either. Yeah.
So, like, I have some friends who are very deep into that whole theory, and I call that a theory because of human error and human interpretations of that specific person, organization, group, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
That's why I call that a theory. Anyone with knowledge isn't out there speaking on it. Unless it is to misdirect, in my opinion.
That is true. Yeah.
So if this alphabet person exists, this person's sole purpose is to put out information open for interpretation in the hopes of distracting.
Of course, yes. They want us distracted.
Or dividing. Not only distracting, but dividing, because people have a natural bias one way or the other, so it creates a division in thinking.
Right. Well, this is a very right-wing conspiracy group, who, in my opinion, a lot of them are borderline batshit.
You know, there's nothing wrong with being conservative, but some people take it to the extremes.
Well,
you know, like they want to get militant about it.
Well,
it's like that on both sides. Passive aggressive liberals,
now,
crazy too. So you know, every area of it, every endeavor has its ups and downs, its pros and cons.
Absolutely. So I was bringing that up because I sense a little bit of that thought process. Actually, I've sensed it in both of you, but it's much more
lunatic fringe.
Huh?
Lunatic fringe. I'm not a.
I'm
not a fringer.
But it's much more toned down and logical than it is emotional rants and
right. Yeah, it's
tirades.
Okay, that's a good thing because emotion and logic don't mix all that well.
No, they don't.
Now,
and that's kind of,
typically as a rule. Yeah. Now, typically as a rule, I don't say things much that I can't absolutely validate because I work in science and physics and so it has to be validated, and even if I'm like cross-examined or questioned or whatever on specific details, like even the Bible, you mentioned the Bible, I can validate that. I can actually validate the Bible. I brought it up, but I can talk about it because I can absolutely validate that. Right. The Old and New Testament, and there's a way you can do that. It's a self-evident book. It's a supernatural book.
Developed science of
Do you want to know how you do that?
brought in daily
Do you want to know how I did that?
the sun.
All right.
Noises
Now,
to discharge.
one of the things you have to understand about the Old Testament and the scribes, right from the time of Moses through like Isaiah and Psalms and King David and Jeremiah, and they wrote about Messiah showing up, Christ, right?
Yeah.
So they wrote all these prophecies,
Jesus was an alien, man.
One of the things that now dig.
Yeah, dig.
One of the things that still holds today is when they make a copy. Now, the modern Jews still to this day, I know because I'm in those places. They're my customers.
According to Worlds in Collision, Mars.
They don't believe the New Testament, but the old scribes would write letter for letter, and whenever they came to the name of Hashem, Elohim, God, they would wash their hands, and they wouldn't write it word for word. They would write it for letter. And the Old Testament is basically perfectly intact, except maybe a couple of punctuation marks. Even the Dead Sea Scrolls still match the Old Testament we have today. Now, what validates it is the prophecies of Christ in the New Testament. And the things they wrote about him, where he was born, the things he was going to do, all of these things. And even if they only fulfilled a couple of these prophecies, like with Jeremiah and all the other ones,
Jeremiah was a bullfrog.
The mathematical odds are like 1 to the 22nd power of fulfilling only 1 or 2 prophecies, but there are like dozens of them, right? I have dictionaries.
You seem like a well-studied individual. I assume you've studied multiple religions and multiple...
It's all a hoax. He's a mad scientist. But he always has the chord that I need. Bass players,
You sound like you've studied well, and that you are very knowledgeable in these topics.
No, Eric,
I'm not sure I could be on your level of intellectual discussion, but I'm definitely willing to listen and learn.
You just pulled it off, man. What are you talking about? Don't cut yourself short. You did all right.
Yeah. Most
you got Eric going. You'll never
read
shut him
different translations. Yeah.
He's my bro from another mode, so he can come on my show and talk all he wants.
Do you understand the viewpoint of like
I
want to I can validate what I'm saying,
I understand the viewpoint of where you can validate what you're saying. Yes. I don't speak Aramaic, so I can't translate word for word. I have to take the words.
Aramaic, yeah. They actually spoke Aramaic. Yeah, I have an Aramaic translation.
You mean in the olden days, in the Bible days, when they walked around?
Because I don't speak Aramaic, I have to trust that the translators did their jobs properly. So there's a leap of faith there. Now I'm not pro-organized religion. I'm just going to be very candid there. I am not pro-organized religion.
Yeah, I'm not either.
And I believe that a lot of our religions, because Christianity is a new religion,
so rapid that
comparatively
50 or 60 revolutions.
So I believe that a lot of the religions they were founded on the same premise, and that whatever we call our higher power, our God, is all the same entity. It has just evolved through cultures. What we as Christians call would be like sub-gods in Hindu.
Right now, Hindu, they don't have the same Messiah. Now, the big
thing... polytheistic. Are we sure they don't have the same Messiah?
Abandoned.
And they just call him by a different name. Because of their language.
Now, here's what I think about that. If you change the word, like the Hindus have their book, if you change the word, you change the God, right? It's like the Muslims. They have what Muhammad wrote. They have a Quran. That's actually an Abrahamic religion, and their claim to it is Ishmael, which was the firstborn from Abraham. And, God said, we'll be, have a great nation. But, I was wondering, I wonder if he was stuck in the toilet or something.
Somebody's breathing a little heavy.
I got my speakers off.
Are you getting slapped?
There might be. You know what? I started talking about the Bible here, and now we got demons attacking me. Here we got Jaws. Yeah, I was wondering what the heck that was. I thought maybe he was stuck in the toilet.
I mean, it could very well be spirit presenting itself.
Wait, say that again?
It could very well be spirit presenting itself through an electronic.
Sure. I mean, I had a call like that. It's like, earlier on my other phone, company phone, and I thought, I hope like one of my coworkers isn't like suffocating to death under a pile of bricks or something. But I hung it up and called it back, and I said, "You call me?" And they said, "Nope." So that was good. Nobody
Typically,
was like under.
Typically,
I'm here in there because the telly's too loud. No, I won't turn it down because I'm not going to cause any trouble. No, but I don't want to turn it down because.
I'm not even watching the tape.
Oh, the other guy might have had something up. The HVAC guy. Is he still there?
no, guy's mute. Our Australian friend, I believe he's Australian.
Oh, Australia. You know what? Oh, Australia. It's the middle of the day. You know, that's where I got my one instrument from. Yeah.
O'clock at night.
How are they doing there in Australia? That's right. I should have asked them more questions. Now, how is it going there in Australia? Because they had like all these lockdowns or whatever. Is everything going good there?
No, it's still going along all right. But the repercussions are starting to flow through in their economic systems. And on a lot of things now.
When you say flow through,
we've got less lockdowns and restrictions than you have now in America with Biden.
Okay.
All they ask you to do now is if you go to a hospital or somewhere like that, they ask you to wear a mask. That's it.
Okay. All right.
It's the only restrictions.
It's about where we're at right now.
Yeah, just in some places.
I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that, but it does appear that there's going to be a big wave of what they call refugees through countries.
In Australia?
No, here. See, that I think was in preparation for the COVID, which they expected to mutate worse instead and more infectious and more lethal than they didn't expect it to mutate into a weaker strain.
Quicker than it
I personally have no problem with that as long as they get on the path too.
What?
Yes, we do need a primary defense system.
We got to always be. Do we always? Why do we always have this fear?
Yeah, they spent it all on me. They spent it all on me.
I say, Mike, why do we need? Yeah, I'll try now. Why do we need? Why do we continually see we need it? There you go. It must be Greg's turned me down. My question is always, why do we need? What do we?
No, it's because Eric won't quiet down for 2 minutes. I'm kidding, but.
But what are we scared of, Eric? Why do we need all this huge so-called investment in blowing ourselves up?
So I can make all our money. No, I'm joking. They don't spend much on me. I spend my own.
Yeah, I understand. you understand why do we have to have this fear that we have to have huge system in place? Basically, it ensures our own destruction. You know, you understand where I'm coming from?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
That's what I
Actually, we don't. They create.
Absolutely.
Well, they create the fear of an enemy. You know, actually,
yes.
You know, Russian and Americans should be sitting there at a, you know, hockey game having a toast of vodka,
right.
You know, or sitting at a Russian ballet, you know, with our wives and kids saying how wonderful our families are. If you left the, if you didn't have the governments, that's what Americans and Russians would be doing. We'd be sitting there saying, you know, at a picnic saying, look at how beautiful my kids are, rather than I'm gonna get you. And then over there they're saying the Americans are gonna get you. And you know, because I've been in them places, I got Russian friends, Middle Eastern friends, you know, whoever.
Yeah.
You know, in our natural state, that's what we'd be doing.
Yes.
We'd be like,
that's right,
just sitting there saying, hey, life's wonderful. You know what I mean?
Because Greg and I have so many, Greg and I, we have so many things in common, yet we're 8,000 miles apart. All we want to do is raise our families and live a relatively good life. That's right. The truth. And people in every country seem to be the same.
When you have corrupt leadership and you are a very large country like the United States, and you're dealing with other large countries with corrupt leadership, there is a almost false sense of fear, but it's not truly false because there are corrupt leaders that would have no problem sending a nuke over here.
Yep.
Well,
it would be just
more or less.
And here's why.
More likely to plant it and explode it.
Yeah.
It's not a problem with the citizens so much as it is with
here's the problem with that people don't understand. Right. With it from a tactical issue, like if you use, they talk about like EMP weapons and all this other stuff. If you take out like the power grid or blow up a plant, there's hundreds of them all over the place, and if they go down, then it's the whole planet. That's why it's called mutually assured destruction. You don't have to blow up the whole landscape. It's all you have to do is take out the plants in the opposing country, and then it takes out you, like Fukushima, and it did.
And that is the case. And the problem we run into is because we are considered a superpower in the world, as far as because our government likes to butt their nose in where it doesn't always belong.
The policeman.
Right.
Policeman.
Now, what?
But you've now become the corrupt policeman.
We've been the corrupt for decades.
That's right.
What I'm trying to say is the British were in the same position as you are in now when you had your War of Independence.
Mm-hmm.
They were the world's policemen, and they started charging everybody for their policing activities. That is now, in a way, what the US is doing, and people start getting resentful and everything that goes with that, and it leads to no good.
Yes.
So, and I'm not saying that in a negative sense, and I'm not being negative saying that way. You know, I'm not saying it's
received his.
Saying in a lot of ways you've took on too much. Yeah.
Now, everybody read Revelation chapter 18 and 17, but pay attention to 18 And
I don't buy that mumbo jumbo.
it's not mumbo jumbo. It's verified. It's absolute. If you studied it,
Interacts with the
it's absolute. Not from a, even if not from a spiritual point of view, but from a scientific and historical. And I explained this, a few minutes back about
we've watched this happen in the past.
What's that?
We've watched the destruction of the largest empires in the world happen in the past. It's history repeating.
It's stupid. Right.
I don't need a Bible to tell me that.
Yeah. Now, but read it. And one of the things you'll find in chapter 18 of Revelation is that's clearly or most likely a chapter about the United States. And it says all the nations were deceived by their sorceries. But when you look back in the Greek, because I've studied this, sorceries in the Greek is pharmakia, which could mean like witchcraft or whatever, but it means pharmakia, pharmaceuticals, drugs.
So
in other parts of the New Testament, now wait a minute, in other parts of the New Testament, the word sorceries only referred to witchcraft. But the part about in Revelation 18 used the other term in the definition, which refers to pharmaceuticals. Now, the nations were deceived by the drugs or pharmaceuticals. Read it.
So you're speaking specifically, I know quite a bit about my Bible. I have read and studied with a Jehovah's Witness, just reading the Bible.
Poor soul, you.
Yep. Yeah,
so
I've read
the
that.
great city Babylon shall be thrown down in Revelations 18. But the great city of Babylon, is that the U.S. or is that the world as a whole?
Oh, Babylon means baby London.
Babylon is
London.
actually a euphemistic term, but if you read it, and if you look at all the descriptions, the many waters, how, like you're filthy rich and all this stuff.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. Is this the U.S. or is this the elite of the world being taken down? Is it your top, 18 rich, that owns 99% of the world's wealth? Is it famine and food shortages? There's supply chain disruptions. There are absolutely supply chain disruptions.
They're telling the farmers to either till your crops under the ground or we're going to defoliate them. Either take the money or we're going to defoliate them in the United States. That's what they want them.
Yeah, that's not counting that hundreds of food processing plants being destroyed by fires.
Yeah. He was talking about that too, wasn't he, Greg?
And my friends in the Netherlands tell me about their farmers. They're one of the largest exporters of food. But there's supply disruption because of it's manipulation. It's not natural. I'll tell you that.
No, and what we're looking at when I'm reading, like I pulled up the Revelations, the full chapter 18. I still believe that it's talking about the great powers in the world, not the United States, but the wealth, the monetary powers, and how they are going to try to.
It's originated out of here.
Oh no, it's actually out of London.
That's where everybody got it, is here.
Oh, it's out of London. London.
They control a big part.
You got to go and have a really good look. Who was the initial funders of the Federal Reserve? Right, London.
I love the idea of the Federal Reserve.
Yes, it goes through it all. Yeah.
Right, but
well, yeah, and then before him was Lincoln that went against the Royal. Yeah. Both
Oh,
of
so
them.
we're on the JFK and Lincoln.
Yeah, well, same thing, same story.
Yeah, essentially. Mm-hmm. Invade. Well, and the British Empire did have large conquests throughout the entire world. I mean, Australia was colonized. Parts of Africa were heavily colonized. Asia, other parts. Asia was heavily colonized. There was a Aryan or English influence. That's okay.
The Russians.
There was a heavy influence of the British people throughout the world. Right. Well, in the power. It was the powers that be.
Yes.
Hmm? Well, I'm aware.
You must remember, Canada and Australia are still under. They're not republics.
No, they're not.
They're Commonwealth.
They're still under the British system.
Yeah,
They're still under British law.
My great uncle's, I know the one pilot was the fighter pilot. He was, and then the United States got him to be a B-17 pilot. Yeah, my actually near ancestors were Canadians.
Mine too. My near ancestors came through Canada to the United States from Germany.
Okay.
There's a lot of German heritage. It's more prevalent than any other in the States.
Do you?
Last I checked.
Do you love SAFIRE?
No.
Oh, I see.
My grandfather on my mom's side was German.
SAFIRE persecuted.
I'm at least half German.
Persecuted my ancestor.
It's amazing how they worship the man like a god. And if he wouldn't have invaded Poland, he'd have probably gone down in history as one of the greatest leaders of a country ever. But then 39 happened, and there's a lot of propaganda there, because I think at some point wasn't Poland kind of thumbing their nose at Germany and not letting them have access to Danzig, and Hitler was trying to complain about it to the United Nations or something to that effect, and nobody was doing anything about it. And he kept.
It was kind of a similar situation to what we have going on with Russia and the Ukraine, to my knowledge.
The reason he attacked Russia was because he saw them getting ready to attack Germany.
Oh, he needed oil. Needed energy.
I've heard the opposite story.
No.
And he wanted to get rid of their communist system.
That's not what that was all about.
I mean, I think it started off noble, but somehow got corrupted by people like Himmler and, the final solution. And, that's all that. It's just crazy. Just crazy.
That's the way it always ends up.
Well, Hitler was a corrupt, self-hating man.
Yeah, he was a weird one.
He was what I would consider pure evil. Anti-Semitic belief.
One of my great uncles spent a couple years in one of his POW camps. That didn't go so hot.
Me too.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, you can tell a lot about a country's nobility by the way they treat their POWs. If they treat them humanely, then, I mean, it should be that way, but it doesn't ever seem to be that way. They're always treated inhumanely.
Yeah, they came up with the Geneva Convention laws, but these evil, rotten dictators, never followed it.
No, that's right. It's absolutely right. It's just all the slaughter.
Learning about these laws that got passed into law, right, by United Nations, and I don't recall ever being referred to on a vote or acknowledged or anything. I had no knowledge whatsoever of these laws being passed. And not to mention that the United Nations is headquartered in New York. Then it really brought it home, literally.
I think the United Nations is a noble effort by mankind to outlaw war. But at some point, it's gone wrong. Something's happened to it. It's been like everything else.
It was only supposed to be temporary.
Absolute power corrupts. Absolutely.
Just like all the other things that were supposed to be temporary when they were introduced.
Also not democratic, because you have five nations that have the power to veto. So if 99% agree to something and one of those five decides no, doesn't happen.
Right, yeah.
When you look at it, it's not really democratic organisation.
I mean, is it just a debating society then? It's pretty much been rendered toothless.
In modern days with the WHO, which is kind of intertwined with it, it's basically, instead of a nation genocide that might spread to a couple other countries with a warlord dictator, now we have a global dictatorship running a genocide program.
Absolutely.
You were talking about either the food or, medications, mandates.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you another thing. Just the stupid mask. We was talking about the oxygen level at typically supposed to be 20.9%. I stuck one of those probes under one of the masks there and breathed for a few minutes. The low safe limit by OSHA is 19.5. So if you go to any job anywhere in the United States and the oxygen level in the building isn't 19.5, it's illegal to work there. In the mask, it went mine to 18.5. Now, carbon monoxide is 1 part per million is strictly against the law. 1 part per million. It went to 13 parts per million in the mask.
You're going to have to be more specific about which mask.
The common blue mask.
The surgical mask that doctors and nurses wear all day long?
They
No, just the cheap one you bought.
Lower lifespan. Doctors and surgeons have a lower lifespan than everybody else. If they sit in the operating room for hours on end, they're breathing a lower oxygen level and carbon monoxide.
Okay.
I tested it myself. I have the most expensive instruments you'd ever see in your life. You wouldn't believe what I have.
I'm just you would think
myself.
You would think that they would find a better solution for our healthcare providers to wear than those.
There isn't any, because now, the theory is, okay, the openings are bigger than the virus, blah, blah, blah. But the openings don't go straight through. They have to zigzag, and bacteria, virus particles will get caught in the zigzag through the fibers. And the other thing about these, they put these fibers under a microscope.
Yeah.
But anyways, about the oxygen, you do breathe less oxygen, and you will get carbon monoxide because your body isn't. Now,
I'm not doubting that.
Right. There's no doubting it. I did the test myself because I'm saying it. If I'm saying it.
Even with my very simple pulse oximeter wearing a mask,
Eric knows
I know that it decreased my oxygen saturation by 2%.
Okay, I don't have one of those. Is that one of the things you put on your finger?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I haven't tested one of those, so.
Well, I can honestly say, yes, it does decrease your oxygen by 2%. However, it took me from 99% to 97%, which is still safe to function with, obviously. In the medical field, we don't worry until we drop below 90% blood oxygen saturation.
Right.
So,
5 minutes to video.
In your testing, it does show that obviously that there is a decrease in oxygen and a decrease and an increase in carbon monoxide. But I positive.
Not an increase. There's supposed to be zero. Dioxide is different. Carbon dioxide is different than carbon monoxide. Yeah. Monoxide never be around. That's like your car exhaust.
Indeed.
That's when, if you have a gas furnace and your combustion air gets interrupted, what will form is carbon monoxide, and that's not supposed to be there and only occurs when your combustion air is interrupted.
Definitely something I'm familiar with, being the daughter of a HVAC business owner.
I hate it.
But
I carried around this. I had to test for parts per million for carbon monoxide, for oxygen, for raw gas, LP gas master qualifier, as well as natural gas transmission. That was mandatory to hold licenses to be able to service these devices, which they changed the laws where we no longer had to have those licenses to work on them because the responsibility fell on the gas supplier.
Right.
or
My dad
provider.
still does that. He still carbon monoxide tests and all that stuff. For furnaces to check for cracked heat exchangers, et cetera, et cetera.
Correct.
But carbon monoxide is not supposed to be part of your breathing.
Not
it's
at
not
all.
supposed to be anywhere near your
That's
breathing.
Neither is ground level ozone.
Right. Carbon dioxide, it would be natural for it to increase and decrease inside the mask. But I postulate that the effect on the human body is not as great as the effect inside the mask.
I go to sleep with a mask on.
Because you're losing oxygen.
No, you're because you're not breathing right. That's why you sleep with a mask on. I assume it's because you have sleep apnea.
I'm just kidding.
No, he just likes to look like.
That was just a stab at humor.
Oh, I was just assuming you had obstructive sleep apnea and you slept with a mask on because it was part of your medical treatment protocol.
I don't know what that is, but is that something like when someone who maybe is, when they're falling asleep, all of a sudden they have to wake up and go and catch their breath?
Sometimes.
What causes?
Sometimes that's a myoclonic jerk, but
that happens.
Typically,
that happens to Greg sometimes. It freaks me out.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I get those.
Well, I have to get your son on the phone and get him to fall asleep with me on the phone, or come over your house and have a little sleepover and get him to actually sleep. But typically, someone who snores heavily has some form of obstructive sleep apnea.
Well, I don't snore because I know because I stayed up all night and I didn't snore.
You're gonna say that.
I stayed up and watched myself all night. I didn't snore.
I would be inclined, knowing your son, and he's going to kill me for saying this, if he rewatches or is currently watching, I would be more inclined to think that your son wakes up in that gas because of his dreams/nightmares.
You know what I think it is? I think it is a lack of water. Because I bought him a big bottle of water and I said, drink that.
You know what?
And he did,
a lack of
went away.
And flora will keep you awake.
What's that?
You know, if you're not. Yeah. Lack of flora.
Your gut flora, yeah. Acid reflux. It could be acid reflux. Is he still on them energy drinks and coffee? Mainlining that stuff?
He likes coffee. He likes a couple cups a day. But no, I got him on supplements. I got him on fish oil, CoQ10, bioplasma, and vitamin C. So he's good.
You know what? One thing about
he could be having with a bit of acid reflux.
His mom died. His mom died of cancer at 47, so it concerns me. He's 43 now.
Yeah, I know.
He's my best friend. You know.
I know.
Nothing can ever happen to either one of us.
Well, we have to be a threesome now.
Yeah, okay. Well, we've been together since December 3rd,
your son is my best friend too. Well, he's my best friend too, and nothing can happen to him, or I would just lose my ever-loving mind.
Nothing's gonna. He's in good hands, man. I make sure I keep him tip-top. He keeps me tip-top.
If you does have a good mind, though.
He pushes me.
He does have a good mind too, though.
Oh yeah.
Is he listening to this?
No. He's in his own. He's introverted right now. He's writing. But
he doesn't have his phone. I tried texting him, and he didn't answer. So he must not have his phone.
He's like a pillar of strength for me because whenever I'm down, he gets into my shit. You know,
I can't say enough good things about your son.
Yeah, he's a good kid.
I really can't.
He's a good kid.
He's so amazing.
Yep. I want him to be on the show with me, and I want to read some of his stories and incorporate them.
Yeah.
He always says, yeah, but then he goes, I'm busy right now. I'll get it later. And then later never happens, you know, so.
Yeah, he's been taunting me with reading them stories for 12 years.
I said,
Why don't you read them, Val?
I even suggested starting a
Why
new
don't
channel.
you read them? Big.
What?
What
I
if Val
told him,
read
give
them
me a
for you?
story. I want to read it. Give it to me. Give.
Okay.
It's like, I'm not ready right now. You know, because, I mean, he's introverted. He loves to create. But I think that he doesn't think that it's good, but it's brilliant. You know,
Well,
he's like his own worst critic. And he's
I'm going back to the
he's
chessboard
afraid of
philosophy.
getting-
I offered to type it
doesn't
for
want to
him.
be criticized. He can't handle being criticized, you know.
There is no criticism coming from my way. I think he's brilliant.
He is, absolutely. Everything he wrote. He wrote, you know, I was doing this song called Wounded Soul, and I was strapped for a verse. I'm like, damn, listen to this song, Greg. He took the headphones, he put them to his ear, he listened to about maybe the first 4 or 5 bars, went off in his room, came back 15 minutes later with a killer verse. It just blew me away.
He's got such depth
Yeah.
that he blows my mind.
I know. He's got the wisdom of like a 400-year-old freaking samurai or some shit. I don't know where he gets that shit. I know.
You know what? Out of that,
And
from
he's got
watching
that
other
warrior
people.
mentality.
Oh my God, yes.
He loves that warrior mentality.
He climbs all up inside my ass to chew me out when I do something dumb, like
oh yeah.
let someone
You ain't the
energy
only one. I hear
vampire.
him running people into the ground constantly. Yeah, but not anymore.
It-
Not
no,
much lately. But man, when he lets someone have it, he really lets them have it.
He's just like,
Unmercifully.
when are you going to learn to stop letting people manipulate and use your kindness?
Yeah. Well, he don't. I can tell you that right now. Nobody.
He's
takes-
trying to drill that into me, and I'm like,
yeah.
I don't know. I'm stupid,
Right.
I guess.
Well, you know, you got to stand for something, or you'll fall for everything. That's what my dad told me.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you got to stand for something, or you'll fall for everything.
Yep, that's right. It's my son.
Yeah,
He's going through right now with his girlfriend. They're quarreling. They're grasping to try to get control, both of them. And I said, Nathan, listen, you're the man. You're the boss. You cannot let her be the boss, because if you do, it's over. It's half over. Because you can't let a woman.
I
be
have
the
to
boss. A
chuckle
man
a
has
little
to be a
bit
head of the
because
family.
it depends on the
You
woman.
need to grab that. Don't say, I'm just going to do this because I know it's what she wants and it'll make her happy. Because then there's going to be another task, and then another, and then another, and another.
Not only does it depend on the woman, but it also depends on the outside influences.
Yeah.
Well,
There's a lot
as
of
the
factors.
male. Both, as well as the male.
He loves her.
He
He doesn't
don't
want
want
to lose
one.
her. But unfortunately,
Yeah, he loves her.
Oh yeah, and he doesn't want to lose
And
her, so
that's-
he thinks he'll just appease her. I said, no,
No, that's not how it
not.
rolls.
No.
Compromise is
He's
key.
having a hard time with that. Yeah, you cannot.
Well, you got to remember, she has helped.
They're young.
She has helped turn his life around.
Well, the thing is I think a lot of us, and me included, we tend to maybe not think much of ourselves as far as, you know, we can take a lot if it will mean peace. And that is, you get exactly the opposite when you just allow it. If you just keep allowing it, it's not going to be, you have to have
Agreed.
a line. There has to be a line.
Yes, boundaries, healthy
Yeah,
boundaries.
you don't like line steppers. You know, and it's like, okay, listen, I'm the head of this family and I'm going to make the decisions. If you don't like that, then I guess you maybe get the wrong guy. But he's too scared to say that. That's what I would say.
Well, in my marital situation, my husband likes to pretend he pretends to let me wear the pants, or he lets me pretend that I wear the pants.
No, you know, I mean, women can make decisions and stuff. That's not what I mean. I mean, he's not the master. But it's like, as far as making a plan to attack a life together, the man should be the one who makes the decisions. That's just what I say. I'm traditional. So, you know.
And I don't disagree. And I went through a divorce
like a take charge
because
guy? Don't they
the original man that I chose in my first marriage was not man enough to take control and make those life decisions.
There you go. There it is right there. He wasn't man enough.
I was more man than he was.
Yeah.
So I had to, not only that, but he was abusive and all kinds of other crazy stuff. But
yeah, I know, man. Why does people have it? They have to drink and get violent. When I get drunk, I get lovable. I get horny. I don't get angry. The world.
You're the lovable teddy bear kind of guy, anyway.
Yeah, I'm a lover, not a fighter.
See, that's the thing about you and your son that you're trying to teach your youngest right now is that protective man, alpha male.
Self-esteem.
Yes. Self-worth.
Teaching self-esteem is not easy.
And self-respect.
That's right.
It's an alpha male projection of having a good handle on the situation.
Respecting yourself. And
Greg's trying to do.
In other words, if you fuck with the bull, you get the horns.
Well, and if you don't respect yourself, how do you expect your partner to respect you?
Right. Go ahead, Andy. I know you're trying to talk.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, at the moment, what you're trying to do is to put an old head on some young shoulders. Because he's climbing a pretty big mountain and he's got to do it fairly quick.
You know, he has made some, you know, I mean, he's getting school lined up for pharmacy tech. He's got a job at Target. He's working 40 hours a week, which is a lot for an 18-year-old kid that was just used to playing video games all day, you know. But he graduated high school. He walked all his classmates. He's proud of that. I am too. I'm proud of him.
Yes.
He's achieved in the last 12 months. He's achieved in the last 12 months is nothing short of brilliant.
It's brilliant. It's this miraculous. He saw the strife that it was causing me. And out of his love for me, he got his shit together and went to bat and for himself and got his diploma. Walked with his classmates. They were like shocked that Nathan made it. They didn't think he'd ever make it. Because for the first 2.5 years of his school life in high school, he shucked his homework. He didn't freaking read, didn't do any, he wasn't there. He didn't want to do it. He was rebelling because he was living under slave circumstances with that freaking person, the ex-married, who took a personal vendetta. What did you call it, Andy? He had gorilla feet. He had gorilla feet. And that's what Andy calls it.
Yeah.
And it's perfect. You know, he wanted to get rid of any signs of me. And when he looked at Nathan looks like a twin. It reminded him of me. So he had to give her another baby and kick hers out. And that's exactly what happened. But I took him with open arms. I was happy to get him. I've been wanting them.
Best thing she did.
The best thing she could have did.
Thing she did.
Thank goodness.
We need to send her to boot camp. I'm like, boot camp? Are you out of your fucking mind? Look what you're saying.
Oh my God.
You want to send your son to boot camp? He doesn't take drugs. He's not some fucking juvenile delinquent. He's got a problem. He's got a little lead in his ass, and he's not happy living there. He feels like a slave, so he's rebelling. He's not doing shit. Let him come with me, and I'll turn him around under 30 days. So she did, and I did. But you know what she did? She went to the front of the court and filed a suit against me for contempt. And I had to give him back up to her for 48 straight days because the front of the court sided with her. It didn't even look at the evidence. I presented my
And that
evidence.
backfired.
I had a case like a mother. I even retained a lawyer and wasted $2,500.
You mean friend of the See You Next Tuesdays?
Oh yeah, man. They came. They were right on her side right from the beginning. And I'm like, hey, wait a minute. I got all this evidence. So my son writes them on his own. He sent them an email and said, hey, I'm 17 years old. I can make some decisions. I don't want to be at my mom's no more. They treat me like shit. You know what the front of the court said? I put him up to it. I said, you got to be kidding me. I didn't.
He's 7. At that time, being 17, he could have become an emancipated minor and lived wherever he wanted.
I mean, it gave me grief all the way up until she threw it. Then she went. So what does she do on Christmas Eve? She throws him out because he said, "I hate you." He didn't mean it. That's just the way teenagers are.
As I've told Junior before,
but it's what she
don't
did
let
to
me
him.
come face to face with her. She hurt Papa Bear. She hurt my best friend. And she hurt the entire family.
Yeah.
Don't let me. And this is my old, personality coming out real strong. Don't let me come face to face with her.
It was a curse, but at the same time, it was a blessing because I just adore my two kids, and they have made my life worth living.
I cannot wait. Your son keeps promising me that he'll set up a time when I can come visit and bring my kids with me.
Oh, sure.
Because I really think, in spite of the age difference between my son and yours, that they would really get along.
Well, how old is your son?
My son is 13.
Okay. Well, what are you still in your 30s, right? You're young, aren't you?
Yeah, I won't even be 42 until October.
Oh, yeah. You're still a baby. God, I wish I was 42. I love being 42.
I think, like, as him and I have discussed, Olivia would adore my daughter.
I'm 42 now.
You're 42 now?
Hey, man, you know how they say age is just a number? Like, you're the age that you feel. I feel 42. I feel like I'm in good shape.
Well, I feel 62, so...
I don't feel like I'm in my
It doesn't feel bad being 62. I don't feel bad being 62.
No, you know that song by the Beatles, Will You Still Need Me When I'm 64? That was I heard that when I was in my 20s, or my teens. Now here I am, 64. Like, wow, man, where did that time go? It just
Will you still love me? Will you
here
still
and gone.
me?
Yeah, when I'm 64. Yeah. Will you still need
I actually
me?
saw
Will you
Paul
still feed me?
McCartney. Hey, Greg, did you ever see Paul McCartney?
Yeah, which one? Paul or Fall?
Paul McCartney.
Yeah, Fall. The one who's alive now? Yeah. What about him?
Oh, that's right. I forgot about
The
that.
real Paul McCartney died in 1966. That's an imposter. His name is Billy Shears. William Campbell.
I heard that. Yeah, well, who's ever
Talented
filling in
musician.
for him is doing pretty good.
I mean,
I saw him. Whoever it is, he was great.
Two things were different. Their height. One was 5'9", one was 5'10", and they. The other thing was their eye color. One was hazel and the other one's brown. So I mean, how can you change eye color in your life? You don't. And their hair parted on different sides. There's a whole.
My eyes
there's
change
a
color
whole
if I
litany
like
of
really
color too.
And John used
Yeah,
to,
let me send you a few pictures and you ask me how my eye color changes.
John used to call him William.
Yeah.
William Campbell Shears, or whatever his name was. I think it's possible. I don't know if it's true, but is it possible? Hell yeah, it's possible. Because in 1966, if people would have found out Paul died, they would have been freaking mass suicides and shit. The Beatles were on a whole other level with kids at that time. They were like gods.
Well, there was a lot of money too.
Mm-hmm.
How could they let that run go?
why do we worship celebrities though, man? It
Yeah,
just
ain't that
that
something,
mind
you know?
baffled. That just
And,
mind boggles me.
submit to evil leaders.
We don't. It's that. Why do we worship gasoline? You know,
we don't. I don't know. I can't imagine idolizing someone. I can imagine relating, like I can relate to music, but to form that strong of a bond with the person who created that music without ever having met them, without ever having spoken a word to them, I can't imagine putting them on this pedestal that would cause me to end my life.
Yeah, I know.
But people do that with sports.
Yeah, that's a whole different thing.
You know, when the Beatles would play a place, like an auditorium, there would be rivers of pee flowing to the back of the hall of the arena from all the girls pissing their pants.
I can't imagine being. That's cultish. That's,
I mean, isn't that something? Yeah.
That's a whole nother level of crazy to me.
Yeah. The Elvis, Elvis thing. That was crazy.
Well, the other thing about music too, you have to understand, is that the lyrics, the wavelengths of the music, with the lyrics comes philosophies. A lot of music gets into people's philosophies and meaning. There's a lot of meaning in music, you know, like especially love songs.
I understand that. Like, I can't fathom worshiping someone that I've never met like that.
Yeah. It's
not to that extreme.
It happens, man. You know, there's
to be sad when they pass away. Of course, I can understand. It was a great loss to the industry.
Because you could relate to them, it's almost like a family member.
Have you ever heard a song by Don Henley?
Because if you relate,
called Gardens of Allah.
Gardens of Allah.
Yeah, look that song up and listen to it. Search it up and listen to the lyrics. It's just so planet Earth. With the way things are, you know, with people.
I'm not saying that's a good thing. It's actually a bad thing. You know,
he's the devil in the song. He's the devil.
You mean the Don Henley song?
Yeah, the Gardens of Allah. He's the devil speaking to the kid. He's actually himself.
Okay.
He's the devil speaking to himself, and he's like, you know, he gives this spiel, and it's just brilliant, just brilliant because it's so.
There's a lot of
true.
Brilliant songs out there.
Yeah.
Like, was I sad when Michael Jackson passed away? Yes, probably more so because I was 8 months pregnant with my.
I'm sorry.
But I was probably more so because I was 8 months pregnant with my son.
My daughter idolizes
So I was a little
MJ.
extra emotional.
She idolizes MJ. My daughter Olivia. She just
loves him too.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I don't know
No,
what they
was
said
sad-
about the guy who's true or
No,
not,
what
but
was
he
sad
was a
to me-
great entertainer. Great artist.
You know what was sad to me?
What
was sad to me with him was how
he loved children and they
his
twisted it
life
around on
was-
him.
the system that he became in, that celebrity status type.
Yeah.
It technically destroyed his life. He couldn't.
Yeah, that's why he
couldn't
to the
relate.
That's
couldn't relate to normality. You know what I mean? Like, he
they
had
tried
a different.
They tried to put him in prison for something he didn't do. Dude, he had. To me, Michael Jackson was a 50-year-old, 12-year-old. You know, it's like he had a childlike mind. But he was a brilliant entertainer and artist. But he needed someone to tell him which end was up. And he didn't have that. So these freaking families got in there, broke-ass people wanting a piece. and started accusing him of all kinds of shit. He paid one kid $10 million just so he wouldn't have to go through litigation. He wasn't guilty, but he wanted to go on tour.
What
You know?
what can happen is,
So,
you know,
yeah.
on that level, you get
He
isolated.
became a target. He was a target. People were trying to
Right,
get him.
right. So, yeah, you have
Because
to
he had a
isolate
heart.
yourself.
Well, being surrounded by greed and evil in that fashion that is what we call Hollywood, and especially the toxicity of his family life, that
with his
that could
dad.
make anyone crazy.
Oh,
And
yeah.
he really never got to experience a childhood because he was busy performing.
Yep, yep, that's right. That's absolutely right. And he regretted it his whole adult life. I remember, you know, when I was in my 30s, maybe, I remember
Yeah,
waking
you know
up
why?
crying because my childhood
Let me-
was over. It's just crazy, you know, you miss it so much. Your mom and dad. It's awesome being a kid.
Well, one of the reasons, you know, he shouldn't have regretted it, because if you think about like in maybe the early 1800s through the 1800s, kids work like that in sweatshops.
Oh, yeah, coal
with
mines.
jobs that stunk. But he never lived. He wouldn't have regretted it if he lived like the poor life in the slums with the crime, instead of being at the recording studio and doing concerts and TV shows.
Right, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he wasn't able to get that perspective of like,
get that out of his
being
system.
poor
Yeah.
sucks.
Yeah.
I disagree. I think
I'm here for it. You know, I work my ass off, so I you know, if I want to eat steak and lobster, I can eat steak and lobster.
Right.
Because I work my ass off. And, you know, whether
love
I'm working
steak and
as a
lobster.
musician or a technician or whatever, I'm doing something positive. You know what I mean? If I go do a concert, okay, that's positive. Everybody's having a great time. Actually, that's more positive. You know, you see a bunch of people having a great time, friends in the band, everybody's having fun playing their instruments, and then, you know, everybody's loving the music. Or if I'm a technician, industrial.
And then drugs enter the picture and wreck it all.
I disagree with the Michael Jackson interpretation. My interpretation is that he never got to experience a childhood. His parents, they were
never got to experience the shit that really sucks, and that's
he never
being
got to
poor.
His old man
But I
was,
think that
tough.
he's just a magical, very sensitive young soul, if you will.
Oh, yeah, he was very
impressionable,
deep.
very
deep.
I call it magical. My daughter is very much
On
like
the other hand, you know, he said this. I remember interviews with Michael Jackson, and then, you know, he'd go by the playground, and there'd be like kids playing ball. You know, Michael Jackson had adults on his ass to get record contracts done. His dad, he said, was on his ass all the time, you know, to do this stuff. You know, what's worse? You know, you can play ball, but, you know, you don't even have macaroni and cheese to eat when you get home. You know, sure, you're at the playground at the school or whatever, and then you're eating shit, and you don't know where your next meal's coming from, or you don't know what street gang's gonna beat you up on the way home or rob you or whatever.
Yep.
So he never lived the bad side.
Right.
So his only perception
The worst
of the good side was the bad. He just saw the other side as good. You know, the grass is greener on the other side. But, you know, sometimes you pay the price. I paid the price when I was a young kid. I worked all through high school, worked all through college, got into a career, and, you know, now I'm doing something that I have an interest in. A lot of things I have an interest in. You know.
You know, that's the thing that I find with getting older. It seems, for me anyway, my desire for things seems to have been dull.
Mine too.
Is that just
That's
something
right.
that comes with age? Because I used to be gung-ho for
they become meaningless.
I feel like it comes from a resignation that your desire is being dulled because of experiences that you've had in your life.
Yeah.
You don't get as excited anymore for things because it has either been stomped on or you've had a negative experience related
Suffered a
to
great loss.
whatever you would normally have gotten excited about.
Well, the other thing too, yeah, you're right. The other thing too, is
2010.
is you find, because once you realize your mortality,
Yes.
once you realize that, and then you can look back, at least for myself, you know, I could say I did my tour of duty, you know, I did all those things, and now I can I work towards my ability to work in the things I like working in. And then, you know, I put in the extra mile with, like, right now I'm running science,
Your mind is
spectrometer.
occupied. You have an occupied mind.
Yeah,
You have a
and
lot.
I'm supposed to
There's
be on a
nothing
show.
wrong.
I'm
That's
supposed
good.
to be on a show tonight.
Well, you're on
The
my show
difference-
right now. What do you think this is? Chopped liver, bro?
My perception
No.
after listening to you, Eric, and listening to Greg, Papa Bear, is that you still have that passion. It's just for something different.
Well,
Greg he went through some tough times, and he hasn't reignited that passion for whatever it is that might be new.
It's returning.
That he wants.
It's returning, but not as quickly as I thought it would.
Because you're living in a state
I
of
have
fear.
reservations.
Yes.
AKA fear.
You know what? I like the conversation, but we're going to have to. This is going to have to end because we're coming up on 6 hours. And
holy crap!
I can't edit if it goes over. So I'm going to show a 12-minute clip of TR3Bs, and then I'm going to start a new live stream. So.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to crash.
All right, bro.
Later on today. Now, you guys.
Eric, if you gotta go, I'll see you. I'll be back.
Implement policies meant to incentivize a reduced population.
It's time to remove your footprint. Agenda 21 is coming soon.
Он бежит. Лёша, окно! Кто закрыл? Он идет! Лёш!
That's scary. I have always maintained that the spirit world has a healthy sense of humor. Black triangles are a class of unidentified flying objects, with certain common features which have reportedly been observed since the 1940s to present. Reports of black triangles generally originate from the United States and Britain. Reports generally describe this class of UFOs as enormous, silent, black triangular crafts, hovering or slowly cruising at low altitudes over cities and highways, usually at night, making no attempt to evade detection. They just sit there. It's like, see me, I'm America's most classified airframe. I guess that's kind of what they call soft disclosure. These crafts are often described as having running lights, either bright, white lights or pulsing colored lights that appear at each corner of the triangle. Now, this reprint of the TR-3B specifications claim is based on information generally credited to Edgar Fouché, who claimed involvement with this project in the 1990s.
Now.
We make no claims about whether this is factually accurate or not. Hundreds of thousands of people know about it and have seen it. It's probably going to be declassified soon, I would imagine. Unless it already is. I would probably think it is. But this story becomes more interesting as time progresses. What was originally considered to be a wacky UFO claim seems to be the benefactor of a great deal of coincidence as AG research moves forward. Simply put, the TR-3B's claim to use an MHD torus field with a virtual plasma of high-pressure mercury is strikingly similar to the unrelated claims of Igor Vygotsky about the construction of the Nazi Bell device, as well as anecdotal evidence relating to other instances of AG effects, anti-gravity effects, and mercury in the presence of RF fields, radio frequency fields, I'm thinking. Additionally, a plasma toroid is the only means of replicating some aspects of Eugene Plekhanov's superconductor experiments on a larger scale than achievable through traditional Type II ceramic superconductors. Plasmas and SCs both absorb magnetic field lines. It should be noted that none of the individuals in any of these claims were aware of each other's existence when they published their work, making the similarities quite striking. The tactical reconnaissance, TR-3B's code name, Astra, the ancient name that was given to the Vermanas, if I'm not mistaken. First operational flight was in the early 90s. The triangular-shaped nuclear-powered aerospace platform was developed under the top-secret Aurora program with SDI and black budget monies. At least 3 of the billion-dollar-plus TR-3Bs were flying by 1994. The Aurora is the most classified aerospace development program in existence. The TR-3B is the most exotic vehicle created by the Aurora program. It is funded and operationally tasked by the National Reconnaissance Office, the NSA, and the CIA. The TR-3B Flying Triangle is not fiction, with technology available in the mid-80s. Not every UFO spotted is one of theirs. The TR-3B vehicle's outer coating is reactive to electrical radar stimulation and can change reflectiveness, radar absorptiveness, and color. This polymer skin, when used in conjunction with the TR-3B's electric countermeasures and ECCM, can make the vehicle look like a small aircraft or a flying cylinder, or even trick radar receivers into falsely detecting a variety of aircraft, no aircraft, or several aircraft at various locations. A circular plasma-filled accelerator ring called the magnetic field disruptor surrounds the rotatable crew compartment and is far ahead of any imaginable technology. Sandia and Livermore Laboratories developed the reverse-engineered MFD technology. Reverse-engineered from what, pray tell? The government will go to any lengths to protect this technology. The plasma, mercury-based, it's all over the internet. It's almost like the stealth fighter when it first got known. Everybody thought it was crazy, and then they started talking about it, and the next thing you know, they just came out with it. It's just about the same thing. The plasma, mercury-based, is pressurized at 250,000 atmospheres at a temperature of 150 degrees Kelvin and accelerated
not
to
quite. They
50,000
suppress
RPM
the electric
to create
universe.
a superconductive plasma with the resulting gravity disruption. The MFD generates a magnetic vortex field, which disrupts or neutralizes the effects of gravity on mass within proximity by 89%. Do not misunderstand, this is not anti-gravity. Anti-gravity provides a repulsive force that can be used for propulsion. The MFD creates a disruption of the Earth's gravitational field upon the mass with the circular accelerator. The mass of the circular accelerator and all mass within the accelerator, such as the crew capsule, avionics, MFD system, fuels, crew, environmental system, and nuclear reactor, are reduced by 89%. This causes the effect of making the vehicle extremely light and able to outperform and outmaneuver any aircraft yet constructed, except of course those UFOs we did not build. This was in the Navy video I did. This was our hot rod that I was relating to. The TR-3B is a high-altitude stealth reconnaissance platform with an indefinite loiter time, and it also has weapons on board, as you'll see. Once you get it up there at speed, it doesn't take much propulsion to maintain altitude. At Groom Lake, there have been whispered rumors of a new element that acts as a catalyst to the plasma. With the vehicle mass reduced by 89%, the craft can travel at Mach 9, vertically or horizontally. My sources say performance is limited only to stresses that the human pilots can endure, which is a lot, really, considering along with the 89% reaction in mass, the G-forces are also reduced by 89%. The TR-3B's propulsion is provided by 3 multi-mode thrusters mounted at each bottom corner of the triangular platform. The TR-3B is a sub-Mach 9 vehicle until it reaches altitudes above 120,000 feet. Then God knows how fast it can go. The multi-mode rocket engines, mounted under each corner of the craft, use hydrogen or methane as oxygen and oxygen as propellant. In a liquid oxygen hydrogen rocket system, 85% of the propellant mass is oxygen. The nuclear thermal rocket engine uses hydrogen propellant augmented with oxygen for additional thrust. The reactor heats the liquid hydrogen and injects liquid oxygen in the supersonic nozzle so that the hydrogen burns concurrently in the liquid oxygen afterburner.
I'm driving right here, eastbound Logan Avenue, and right in this field is where I observed it.
CENTCOM 5404.
It was like just within the snap of the finger. It was way down, way down the other side of town, and it was amazing.
And there was no sound?
Not a sound at all. None whatsoever.
So I hopped out of my patrol car, went to the rear.
What does it look like to you?
This object was above me about 500 feet. It was huge.
It's like it tried to camouflage itself against the night sky, like it was trying to project the star field above it on the underside.
Could you imagine being the guy that gets to climb behind the cockpit and take it for a spin? Man, I could imagine a whole fleet of them off planet just buzzing around. Just flying carpet. Wow, it's a big responsibility though, flying $1 billion plus around. But I bet it's a blast when you know what you're doing. I just saw Russia's top fighter, which is actually better than our top fighter. SU, I can't remember the name, SU something. But anyways, this thing, it's got vector thrusters, and it can just stand straight up in midair and just mess with his vectors. That wouldn't do anything to this, and this can do that, and 10 times more. I'm into military aircraft. I have been all my life. I grew up right next to an Air Force base, so I think it's cool. I remember a few years ago watching Richard Dolan, and he said something that I still remember. He said, if you think the U.S. is going to give up being the dog who pees on every other dog's tree, you have to own space. So it's a foregone conclusion that the U.S. isn't never going to stop going into space. They just stopped doing it publicly. And I so wish that we weren't like that. When I was a kid, I guess I was really bamboozled because I used to think America would never attack another country first and would always help little countries. Wow, was I ever wrong? Really, it kind of broke my heart when I realized I was.
Shit! You know what? I was thinking about where you shoot.
The multi-mode propulsion system can operate in the atmosphere, with thrust provided by the nuclear reactor, in the upper atmosphere with hydrogen propulsion, and in orbit with the combined hydrogen-oxygen propulsion. What you have to remember is that the 3 rocket engines only have to propel 11% of the mass of the top-secret TR-3B. The engines are reportedly built by Rockwell, and sightings of triangular UFOs are not alien vehicles, but top-secret TR-3B. The NSA, NRO, CIA, and USAF have been playing a shell game with aircraft nomenclature, creating the TR-3B modified to the TR-3A, the TR-3B, and their Tier 2, 3, and 4, with suffixes like plus or minus added on to confuse further the fact that each of these designators is a different aircraft and not the same aerospace vehicle. A TR-3B is as different from the TR-3A as a banana is from a grape. Some of these vehicles are manned and others are not. Very interesting indeed.
After this segment, I'm going to have to start a new stream. I wish I could sing. Not yet. Looks more like a rack. Don't wanna be fucking with us no more, no, Mr. Putin. We will come and fuck you up. All right, that was good. I got a little bit more.
Incredible Pentagon footage shows UFOs are real as objects shoot through the sky. U.S. Navy this week announced it has introduced a formal procedure for military personnel to report sightings of unidentified flying objects. And in this breathless shock and amazement of the fighter pilots, that makes the incredible footage that they are filming apparently show UFOs whizzing through the air. I'm sure you're probably familiar with this. The experienced airmen watched in disbelief as infrared cockpit cameras tracked fast-flying objects, doing things no human aircraft could. The 40-foot long oval-shaped UFOs had no wings, rotors, or any discernible means of propulsion. Yet they were seen to hover in the sky, halt suddenly, change direction as if it bounced off a wall, and instantly accelerated to hypersonic speeds. The objects were filmed at an incredible 5,000 miles per hour. It's got the picture there, and of course the video that everybody in the world has probably seen. And apparently there was a whole fleet of them. And here's what's good. The amazing images were revealing the Pentagon declassified the sightings of U.S. Navy pilots. Now, there's got to be a reason. The military never does anything without a reason. There's got to be a reason why they're coming out with this, and it's legitimate. During that time, the highly experienced crews who were flying from American aircraft carriers spotted UFOs almost every day in the skies over the U.S. East Coast. Radar shows the crafts are as high as 80,000 feet, directions so quickly. One pilot compared it to a ping pong ball bouncing off a wall. The resulting G-force would kill a human with such a maneuver. Lieutenant Ryan Graves said he saw strange objects with no visible engine or exhaust plumes flying at 30,000 feet while on a training mission. Graves is a 10-year Super Hornet pilot, said these things would be out there all day. With speeds we observed, 12 hours in the air is 11 hours longer than we'd expect. Another pilot, Danny Acoin, said he encountered the objects twice. First time, he picked one up on his radar. He set his plane to head toward it while flying 1,000 feet below. It was clearly visible on his radar, missile system, and infrared camera. He claimed he couldn't see it through his helmet camera, leading to suggestions the UFOs have developed invisibility cloaking. I've heard this for some time. 10 years before the 2014 sightings, another Navy pilot described an almost identical craft during a training mission. Commander David Fravor described how he and his colleagues saw a large object just below the surface of the water. Now get this, another 50 feet above, hovering erratically. They described it as 40 feet long, white, wingless, and shaped like an oblong pill. As Commander Fravor flew towards it, the second object rose to meet him at a fast speed and acceleration. He said the hair in the back of my neck was standing up. I was thinking, I'm going to be watching a disaster here. You're wondering, how can I possibly fight this? Military insiders say it is an open secret that UFOs exist. Instead, the object suddenly peeled away at a speed that Commander Fravor admits left him feeling pretty weirded out, and his radar showed the object had appeared under a minute later, 60 miles away. That's a mile a minute. Oh, that's not so big, though. That in a car. A mile a second, maybe. That was probably what it is. Yeah. No, this is a minute. Under a minute later. And meanwhile, Kevin Day, senior radar operator on the USS Princeton at the time, says his screen showed well over 100 UFOs over the course of that week. Man, I mean, Earth must be a magnet. He said watching them on the display was like watching snow fall from the sky. Amid amazement at the extraordinary footage and first-hand witness accounts, the U.S. Navy announced it has introduced a formal yet secret procedure for military personnel to report sightings of UFOs. Until now, crews had been told to ignore unexplained sightings in the air rather than report them. They probably want to send one of our little hot rods after them.
I love
that. Get their hands on that
saucer.
For that reason, the Navy is updating and formalizing the process by which reports of any such suspected incursions can be made to the cognizant authorities. Pilots observing these craft after absolutely mystified and comes through clearly in their public statements. The issue is, why are they here? Where are they coming from? And what is the technology behind these devices that we are observing? That Fravor guy was on Joe Rogan, I heard. They're being awful liberal with that whole thing. It makes me think that that's just disinformation. They want us to be confused so we don't notice their TR-3Bs. That's what I think. But hey, you never know. It could be true.
They just want to make that line fuzzy.
So, I don't know, you take it with a grain of salt, I suppose. I do, but I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, all of a sudden, it's not crazy anymore to talk about UFOs. Did you notice that? So, that is... I admit I have a weakness for weird thinking.
The details of my life are quite inconsequential.
For video games have come so far that I would think that some really advanced race of extraterrestrials could create their own gaming world where the creatures in the game are actually conscious. See where I'm going with this? We're a video game for extraterrestrials. You know how our video games are getting better and better? I have mused a few times about it. So good that it will be a somewhat real experience, like an escape. It could even lead to having characters that are conscious. Let's forget the morality issue, but say we could. They would to themselves know they exist, but not quite know where they came from, as we created them within the game. And if they had free will to an extent, experiment. They may even hypothesize about it. In essence, they would be just like us. So I have to ask, are we an advanced ET civilization's high-tech video game? We don't know any of that stuff either. That's the thought of the day. And that will conclude the oddities section.
I love oddities. Okay, I'm going to come and say hi, goodbye to you. And then we're going to log this one.
The sort of general malaise that only the genius possess and the insane lament.
Eric. Well, he's a talker, ain't he? Ah, that's why I had to get him on. He's just rich with knowledge. All right. I'll be right out.
Well, that was fun.
There you are. I just want to say hi, goodbye, and then I'm coming back with another one. And we're going to go in another direction. You know, we're having a good old time here at the Greg J Show. Alchemy 88, hello. Look at all the blue. It's so pretty. I love blue. Almost as much as purple. Let's see. Synchronius is in the house. Let's see who else do we got. You guys look like you're having a really good, cool conversation. That's always good to see. For a while, too. I like that. I'm going to get some of your ideas and read them. If there's something you want to stick out in chat, put it in caps because it will stick out, and then I can address it. Bob Hall, hello, Bob. How you, buddy?
Bob Hall. Alquime 88. Sincronias Puro RH, Envasado de Oregon.
Alright guys, I just wanted to say hello, and now I'm going to log and start a new one. So please stay tuned. Thank you for watching.